Our speaker is going to be here at 9:30 because he has to take his kids to school. So I thought I would give just kind of a little introduction to why we've gone back to this biofilm subject, and to maybe bring up to speed some of the people that weren't here when we started this topic. I think most of you realize that our approach with these scientific sessions is to look into one particular subject and to look into it in depth and substance, and not to look into it superficially. So it started with our meeting at the Qualcomm headquarters with Bill Costerton, and that meeting was really transformational for many of us. And at the end of that meeting, which I was really proud of, Ron Franzman, during the question and answer, said, "Gary, why do we need to learn all this stuff? I just want something I can put in a syringe that will kill all the biofilm." And it got me thinking that as clinicians, you probably don't have the same kind of interest that I do as a microbiologist in how bacteria actually operate. And what you really want is just something that works. And I got to thinking, maybe this scientific session really didn't address the concerns of the practicing clinicians. And what I wanted more than anything is to have this kind of deep training, significant, clinically relevant to you as clinicians. So Ron kind of got me thinking. And initially the idea was that if we understood, first of all, changed our whole conception of what a biofilm is from the Kochian view, but that if we could learn how they communicate, that at some point we would have something we could put in a syringe that could kill all the biofilm or do something to the biofilm to make it non-important. So I took Ron's kind of critique to heart, thinking, we really need to know how bacteria communicate and when we know that. And so we had Dr. Costerton out twice more, and many other people, Bonnie Bassler, Kim Lewis, Slava Epstein, talking about how bacteria communicate. And up to that point, Garth Ehrlich, and the whole thing was that they were communicating by these signals that they send to each other, which were basically peptides. So this had to happen by diffusion. And I had kind of a special relationship with Bill. He took an interest in me for some reason. And we actually traveled around and lectured together. I gave about 4 lectures with him. So I got a chance to kind of interact with him in airports and that sort of thing. And I said, Bill, this whole thing with the peptides and the signaling and the quorum sensing, I said, it doesn't really add up to me, because if you look at what actually happens in a biofilm, the biofilm can change like that, and at a long distance, way too far of a distance for diffusible peptides to be doing this. Something else must be going on. And he kind of smiled because he knew I didn't have the scientific training to really know how peptides really worked in a biofilm. But I think he actually was kind of listening to me as well. And then when this paper came out from Gorby, he called me immediately. He says, I want you to read this. This will answer a little bit, maybe some of what's going on. So there was a suspicion that the communication in these biofilms, it has to be more than just this diffusible peptides. And Gorby measured these nanowires between bacteria and measured the electrical potential between them and saw that there were electrons going back and forth. And now this started to make sense. There wasn't scientific proof that they were talking to each other, but at least there was some evidence that there's some electrical activity going on between these bacteria over long distances. So when I read these papers, I said, that's it. You know me, I jumped to conclusions right away. That's it. That's what's going on. So that's really why we've come back to this, because our speaker today has taken this, and I know Bill would be very, very proud and happy that this level of research is being done. Dr. Suel has really taken this concept to the moon, and he's shown that indeed there's a lot of electrical communication going on in these biofilms. So I'm excited about having him speak. He's one of the world's foremost authorities in doing this. He's published papers in Science and the Cell. I'm not going to go over his CV. You can all see it on the application. But it's basically got the biofilm community really, really excited about electrochemical communication. And there's a lot in the press, and this is a little different than Bonnie Bassler's thing with quorum sensing, which was basically just cells, bacterial cells putting out these peptides that wake others up. So it's obviously much, much more complicated than this. And how does that help us? Is Ron here? This is how it helps us. This is a patient of Sashi's that's had this lesion for 70 years, and it's been completely asymptomatic. I don't know about you, but as a clinician, I need an explanation for this. How could this possibly be? How do we account for this kind of thing? And we see this all the time. So I think we're about to get an answer, and it can help us maybe in deciding, how appropriate treatment is for these long-standing cases. And we need a way of really understanding why do some of these flare up and others don't. From our perspective, there seems to be a randomness to it. But as Dr. Suel will talk about when he talks about this whole stochastic pattern in nature, it's part of it's a natural law, almost like Einstein's laws of this stochastic events that seem random, but actually if you look deeply, they're not random. They just appear to us to be random. And that's actually going to be the first part of his presentation, is to explain biological events from a randomness perspective. So I hope to be able to give you some insight into these explanations for these types of cases that by our model, the endodontic triad should never be successful. You look at this beautiful case from Pushback. My God, Pushback, you hardly instrumented the case. There's got to be bacteria left. Why are these cases so successful? And if you're on TDO Clinical, a lot of us are doing this now. And what have we had in the last 4 years? Maybe 2 failures? Out of hundreds of cases, it just doesn't add up. So, I've been very outspoken about the Caucasian model. I know it irritates Fred. But what is Koch's model? Koch's model is really an anti-model to the biofilm model. And the reason for that is the Koch's model is a planktonic model. And to understand this without having the background of the last 10 years in TDO, all you really need to do is try to explain the Great Plate anomaly. And what that says is if you take a growth of bacteria and look at it under the microscope, you can see hundreds, perhaps thousands of different bacteria. Like if you take soil bacteria and look at it under the microscope, you'll see thousands of different species of bacteria under the light microscope. But when you go to culture them, you can only culture a couple. And the rest of them you can't culture. Why is that? And microbiologists have never had a satisfactory explanation for the Great Plate anomaly. The putative explanation was always, oh, well, it's missing this nutrient, or we don't know the right media to grow them in, and actually it has nothing to do with that. So we need an explanation for this, and I think it can help us. This is the explanation. What I've come to realize when you look at the bacterial life cycle is that 99.9% of the time, bacteria are in the resting stage. 99.9% of the time, bacteria are playing possum. They're just waiting for their time. We are aware of the 0.1% that are in the planktonic stage because that's what we see. We don't see the resting ones. They're not bothering us. They're just sitting there. And this is actually the key of why bacteria have survived for 3.5 billion years, is they have a survival strategy of the default state is sleep, and only waking up when it's really conducive for them to wake up as a community, not as a single organism. They are using this survival strategy as a community. And that can really help you understand our situation, where we have situations where we know there's bacteria, but there's no disease. So, you know, I had both Slava Epstein and Kim Lewis came up because they have an explanation for this. And I think those presentations were extremely powerful. And they have been able to actually cultivate many of these organisms. They have a whole series of papers on it. And I'm just going to review this briefly so that those who weren't exposed to this, can understand it. They had this little fixture that they grew bacteria as a community. So in permissive conditions, as a community, these organisms will multiply and they grow. But when the conditions change, adverse conditions, most of them die or go to sleep. Then you have what's called a scout. And what they said, these resting bacteria, there will be stochastic awakening. In other words, every so often, one of these sleeping bacteria will wake up and test the environment. And if it's favorable, they'll send a signal to the other bacteria, it's time to wake up. Let's start multiplying. If the conditions are not appropriate, it just dies. So this whole idea of stochastic awakening, it's a very hard picture to get in your mind. But if you look at, I think most of you are probably not aware, half of the organic life on this planet is not even on the planet. It's in the rock, in the Earth's crust. And those have to be the most ancient organisms on Earth, some of them millions of years old. And for many of those organisms, the doubling time is 1,000 years. Think about that. They double every 1,000 years. So that default state is very, very slow growth. And that is actually how they've been able to survive, because they're only vulnerable when they're dividing. They're not vulnerable when they're sleeping. So they're just playing possum. So as this scout wakes up, tests the environment, and it dies, but now you have better conditions. It wakes up, and now it starts to signal other bacteria that they can wake up and they can start growing again. So if you think about our clinical situation, my guess is that's probably what's going on. You have a tooth that's been quiescent for years. Something happens, those bacteria, a scout wakes up, and one of those things senses the environment is now different, and you have the infection start up again. So Dr. Suel today is going to talk about two things. He's going to talk about this whole idea of randomness as a biological principle, and I think we'll be able to apply that to our life as clinicians. And then he's going to talk about this electrical signaling in biofilms, because I think it's really the key to giving Ron what he wants in his syringe. Now, maybe it won't be in a syringe. Maybe it'll be just an electrical thing that we do electromagnetic pulse, and the bacteria can no longer send electrical things, and then we are safe. I don't care how many of them there are. We're safe. If the bacteria cannot communicate, they're not going to go into planktonic phase, and we'll be safe. So this is the way Slava Epstein put it. Latent infections and uncultivability of environmental microorganisms organisms may be expressions of the same survival strategy. Okay, so this is actually stuff from their papers of actually getting these bacteria to grow and understanding that, my God, the doubling time of some of these organisms, it's not like in the microbiology where you give them a week or two to grow. They had these, it took them a year to grow this. So those bacteria they're waiting for that stochastic awakening to do the signaling. So there's no question in my mind that a better understanding of our processes is going to involve a better understanding of the signaling networks that go on in these biofilms. And when we do that, when we get that, we'll be able to give Ron what he wants in his syringe. So, yes?
Would this be similar to how herpes zoster works? That you have the virus, you get chickenpox at an early age, and it just lies dormant.
It's saying, yeah, you never get rid of the virus. It plays possum in the ganglion, doesn't it? Yeah, it just plays possum in the ganglion. Is Dr. Suel here yet? Right, yeah. Okay, so I know this is a lot to throw at you, especially those of you who have not been exposed to this. So the problem that I have with Robert Koch's model, our model, is that his model was very good at modeling infectious epidemic diseases. What was he looking at? He was looking at anthrax, cholera. These are acute epidemic diseases where planktonic bacteria are growing rapidly. And the model does not address a problem of chronic disease where they're not in planktonic mode. So the Kochian model is a planktonic model. There's no way around getting around that. It's a planktonic model. And when we have an acute pulpitis, yes, we're treating an acute thing. There's bacteria growing rapidly. And look at how easy those cases are for us to solve. Who has problems here with a vital pulpitis? I mean, we fix those 100% of the time, don't we? The situation is different when we have an existing root canal. It's got a radiographic finding. It's been asymptomatic for 15 years, and now there are symptoms. That requires a completely different model to understand this. Why don't we brainstorm this? Can anyone else have an alternative explanation for why a case like this would be successful? I mean, I'm racking my brains trying to think what other, when you have a problem in science, what you try to do is you try to think of what are all the alternative explanations that you can come up with, and maybe you can make some progress in trying to understand the process that's going on. I don't think anyone here would claim that these canals are cleaned and shaped to eliminate the bacteria in the canals. Yeah, Jeff.
I had a thought, because I had always thought this when, I was trained, Cliff Ruddle, Steve Buchanan, keep the apex really small. And then there was the big debate about, no, you need to bring it up to a 40, et cetera, to get the solutions there. So we're making it smaller now. But before, there was, people making it small versus larger. But the larger wasn't eliminating all the bacteria anyway. So what I was doing was eliminating less. This is probably eliminating less, but still, we haven't met the threshold, perhaps, that we've lowered it enough. The question becomes, well, how small would be too small?
Yeah, I understand that, and I actually used to think that the explanation being really here that it's a threshold. But I don't think the threshold argument really makes sense. And I have a suspicion the threshold could be really, really low, much, much lower than we even suspect, because it isn't the number of bacteria, or it isn't the immune status of the patient, this kind of balance between the two things. I don't think that that's a good explanation, but it's interesting what you say about keeping the apices small. in a retreatment practice, what you learn fairly early in your career is that the bigger the apex is, the harder the case is. You know, if I come in and the apices are blown wide open, I know I'm going to struggle with that case much more than if they've never touched the apex, right? Yeah. Yeah.
By straight preparation, I guess, thought, you know, you had silver points, and silver points had worked for many years. It was minimal preparation. Is it silver wire that kept these, unless it, you know, started leaking, you get corrosion on the wire. If the wires were left uncorroded or, you know, free of moisture, then, you know, those were working for a long period of time.
I don't think we've ever exceeded the success rate of silver point root canal. I don't think the outcomes have gotten any better since silver points. And it's interesting, what I think, Fred, what you're asking is, what is the mode of failure of these cases? And it's probably not bacterial. It's ionic or some of the elements. The problem is, you know, a lot of these silver point failures seem to respond to antibiotic to get rid of the acute phase. So there has to be some bacterial component. Oh, here's Dr. Suel. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Suel. They've been primed to have you answer all questions of complexity in biofilms today. So everyone will have a complete and full, clear understanding of bacterial disease.
All right, good morning, everybody. Hi. All right, so first I have to thank Gary for taking the risk and I guess of inviting me. So thank you very much. I had a great exchange, and I look forward to talking with all of you later during the break and lunch, and especially if there are certain things that I go over that you think you want to sort of, you might have more questions on. That's fine. If there's a burning question during my talk, that's also okay. You can feel free to sort of ask. My goal here is really just to share some sort of new insights that science has been gaining and give you guys something different. There's going to be minimal slides with teeth on it, okay? And there's a common theme, though, that you guys and me personally in my research group that we're very interested in, which is biofilms. And so I'll try to share with you guys some new way of thinking, not only about biofilms, but about biology. And this is a sort of is going to be the theme, okay, of the 3 lectures that we're going to have today. And I hope you will learn and enjoy learning, okay? So with that, here's my first slide. So just to give you a rough outline, so the first lecture today we're going to talk about something that's sort of very interesting and hopefully will be intellectually stimulating, which is stochasticity or randomness in biology. And you will see that this is actually a very important topic, and it's something very new, okay? And then the next one is going to be emergent behavior. And the emergent behavior is also sort of a concept that we in biology derived from physics, actually, and we'll talk about that. And it really is very critical for understanding biofilms. And a third lecture at the end of the day is going to be about electrical signaling. Here's as promised, my slide with the tooth on it, okay? So you guys are all familiar with biofilms. I'm not going to get into sort of the very basics. Instead, I'm going to spend my time talking about things that you may not have thought about in terms of biofilms. And it's not just sort of some intellectual curiosity, but it actually has direct, significant impact on how you think about treating biofilms. You will see that we are actually potentially on the wrong path in terms of sort of biomedical research, and we've done this before. I'll show you some slides in a second. And so we want to make sure that when it comes to biofilms, we learn from past mistakes and we do it better. Okay? And so I'll tell you what I mean by that. So first of all, biofilms are not just on teeth. They're in fact everywhere. Okay? They can be anywhere from sort of sewage. People in fact also eat this. Okay? This is sort of you can have biofilms grown with some soybeans, and it's sort of a meal that lots of people in the southeast eat, okay? Especially in Japan, there's like this strain called natto, which they love, okay? But biofilms are also sort of an important problem for example, the oil industry, because they clog up pipes and things like that. And they're simply really, really everywhere, okay? So the teeth is sort of one niche or habitat for them, but we can learn from the fact that these biofilms basically exist almost everywhere and are probably one of the most ancient forms of communal living that we know in biology, okay? And so that's important to remember, because when the question comes to how can we control biofilms, right? That's sort of a tricky question, right? So you might think, oh, we'll just take some chemicals that will kill bacteria and we're done, right? Turns out that's not the case at all, okay? It's not that easy. You'll have some success, but not really the success that you would like. So here's what I mean by learning from the lessons in the past, okay? So you may or may not know, but President Nixon declared the war on cancer. He started thinking about this in 1969, and in about 1971, Congress passed the National Cancer Act, which started off a journey for sort of the scientific endeavor trying to cure cancer in 1970, okay? Since then, we spent billions and billions of dollars on cancer research, okay? And you have to understand, not only did we spend billions of dollars, but we recruited tens of thousands of scientists away from other things onto this particular problem, because it was seen as sort of a national sort of interest problem, right? And also Nixon wanted to have something like Kennedy. Kennedy sent somebody to the moon, okay? And that worked out great. And he's like, I'm going to do something better. How about cancer, right? And so he failed, right? It wasn't like his personal failure. And when I say he failed, I can show you these are statistics from the National Cancer Institute, part of the NIH. You see here, I'm not sure if you can see the colors, okay? But in green on top, there's the number of new cases, and this is the deaths from 1975 to 2014. This is an example for pancreatic cancer. Here's for leukemia. And I could go on and on and on and on about the different cancer types, and all the plots will look the same, okay? Does it look like we're curing anything? Not really, right? So there are statistics out there that make it look like we're actually having some success with reducing cancer deaths, and it's a trick, okay? The trick is that when you combine all cancers, there's actually a downward trend that started somewhere in the late 80s and then 90s and 2000s, okay? And it is a very specific type of cancer. It's lung cancer. And lung cancer spiked tremendously in terms of numbers. It was more than 10 times any other cancer around the 1960s. And that's purely because of smoking, okay? Cigarettes. So cigarettes, once they became so pervasive, they incredibly shot up the rate of cancer deaths, specifically due to lung cancer. And that's what caused all those, groups then to start to act. And there was this big battle between the sort of tobacco industry and the government and health organizations. And finally, after decades and decades, right, they admitted that there's some problems, and the anti-smoking campaign started. And that declined the number of lung cancer cases. And because the number was so high, right, at the peak, when that declined, it made it look like if you just mumbled all cancer types together, you would see like there was a sort of a net decline in total cancer. But again, there was an artificial decline because we made it peak, okay, like incredibly, and then we just took that away, and then we're like, oh, we're successful, right? But we're not, okay? There's some success. It's not like, anybody working on cancer is like a total failure or something, right? The predominant success is early detection, okay? That's the thing that has really changed, especially in the last 15 years, is that we can catch things much earlier, which makes it easier to treat, okay? So if you catch stage 1 or even before that, you can actually do things once you're at stage 3 or something, there's still like almost nothing, okay? And again, these are statistics from the NIH itself. And so the reason why I'm putting this up there is to illustrate that there was a problem with the approach, right? Why did John F. Kennedy succeed in his sort of goal that he declared, which was to send a man to the moon and bring him back safely? That was a critical part. Right? One of my distant relatives actually went up there. And so, how did he succeed and Nixon's idea failed? Do you guys have any thoughts? Yes, please.
Yeah, but isn't there different types of cancers? Some that are more, I guess, if you change your lifestyle, lung cancer may change. If you get colonoscopies, your chances of
that falls under early detection, yes.
Yeah, so some are easier to detect, I guess, than others are.
That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. But what I'm trying to point out here is that overall, right, if you say, what is the success rate that we're having on different types of cancers in terms of curing them, okay, you will find that in terms of deaths and new cases, if there's not a decrease in new cases, and there's like an overshoot, the death is still more or less the same.
So the graphs would be the same for like lung cancer and then for...
No, as I said, for lung cancer, it's totally different. For lung cancer, is because we caused the huge spike with cigarettes, and then we took it away, it went down. Okay? Lung cancer, if you would plot it on the same axis, it would be like up here on the ceiling. Okay? That's how crazy it went in the 60s and 70s. Okay? People were just like dying like flies, literally. Okay? And then we brought it down from the ceiling somewhere like here, and that's, if you add all the cancers together, because it's such a huge fraction, it brings everything down. But my question again, why do you think Kennedy succeeded and the Nixon approach didn't? Yes?
Could it be that Kennedy was relying on engineers for success?
Yes.
And Nixon was relying on scientists?
It was not that he was relying on engineers. That's a good way of putting it. You're actually not super far off, okay? So the blame is not the people, okay? It's not that engineers or scientists are sort of different in terms of success. The problem is, one is an engineering problem. The other one is a problem of understanding, okay? Meaning, we had the technology to put a rocket together. We understood enough about physics to calculate trajectories, okay? It was really a matter of, can we assemble and build something that would withstand the gravitational forces that the rocket will experience without blowing it up, right? And making sure that we can deal with the incredible temperature changes. So it was a lot of material engineering and so forth. The computer that was on board Apollo, right? I mean, is nothing compared to like my cell phone, okay? Probably it's like... No, it's true. They actually do. They actually do. So there's a clear thing. It wasn't like there wasn't a challenge. I'm not saying there wasn't a challenge. But the challenge was that we understood the basic principles upon which to approach the challenge. We had a basic understanding, very deep actually understanding of gravity. We understood the temperature changes. We knew distances, things like that. It was a matter of sort of, can we put together things in a way, and it was still a tremendous challenge and took years, right? But we understood the basics. The problem with cancer is that when we started attacking cancer, we didn't understand the basics. People just would take different chemicals. They would have cell lines, right? The famous HeLa cell lines, for example, and they would dump chemicals on them and see if cells would die. If cells would die, they're like, we have something, okay? So it's in a way similar to like, if you're going to get into a war, you just attack your opponent without first studying who is this opponent, right? What type of a warfare do I need? Is it going to be on sea? Is it going to be on land, right? And so it's sort of a failure in the sense that we didn't appreciate that we didn't know the enemy, if you will. If cancer is the enemy, we didn't understand, we didn't study the enemy. We just went out there and tried to get a drug. Because a drug equals money, equals profits, equals curing people ideally, right? And so that was the main driving force. I see somebody in the back. Yes, please.
So Kennedy's problem was dealing with an exact science, whereas Nixon was dealing with an inexact science.
An unknown science, in fact. Yes, not only inexact, but unknown. Yes, at the time, 1970s, we really didn't understand much about cancer at all. We have a much better understanding, and we're doing better nowadays. And I'm sure in the next 10, 15 years, we're actually going to do much better. But at the time, it was sort of pretty much of a disaster because of that problem. Does that make sense? Great. So, here on the left we have some simple bacteria. Okay? This is a phase contrast image of a species called Bacillus subtilis. Okay? It's a very pervasive soil bacteria, but it's everywhere. Okay? In fact, you guys want to do a little exercise since it's early in the morning? Raise your index finger, please. Don't be shy. It's okay. It's okay. Now touch your eyebrows. Go ahead. Great. Now look at your finger. If you could zoom in, there's Bacillus subtilis right there. Eyebrows are a typical location where we can actually isolate bacillus from very easily. Okay? And they're on your skin. I'm sure they're in the carpet, for sure. Okay? Somewhere on the podium. Okay? It's a very pervasive sort of bacterial species. And this is what they look like if you magnify like 100x. You look through a phase contrast objective in a microscope. Okay? They look pretty harmless. And this is a biofilm that they form. So the spatial scale here from tip to the other tip is about 2 microns. Over here, this is 1 millimeter. So you can see this is over a centimeter big. So this one you can see by eye. And we can grow these just on an agar plate. Just put some bacteria there, they'll grow, and they will form this incredible structure. Okay? And so that is the biofilm. Okay? And in terms of antibiotic resistance, these guys, if you apply a certain dose of antibiotic, you will kill them. Okay? If you apply the same dose of antibiotics here, like nothing will happen at all. You have to go up to 1,000 times the concentration before you start seeing sort of really an effect. And even then, you cannot completely kill this biofilm. You just can't. Okay? And we'll try to understand why that is. Okay? But this, in fact, is sort of one of the challenges that we're facing. Okay? So it's not enough to just dump more antibiotics and just more and more. There's something that we're missing, and if we don't understand that, then that's going to be a problem. Because if you look in terms of how we understand microbiology, unfortunately, that thing is flipped. Meaning, we understand actually sort of cells at this stage, bacteria at this stage, much, much better. And we have diminishingly little understanding as we go into communities of bacteria. For biofilms, we're still really in the dark. Okay? There's a lot of papers out there, and we publish things too. But I can tell you that in terms of sort of overall understanding, we're still, this is sort of a really new frontier for microbiology. Okay? And I'll talk about why that is. Why didn't we study these things from the beginning? Why did we sort of looking at sort of just these types of scenarios in terms of microbiology and how we can kill bacteria? Why didn't people study this from like, the 50s on or earlier, right? And there are some very simple reasons, and I'll get into that. But this is the picture that we're faced with today. And so I'm going to talk about 2 concepts that you need to understand to even get a handle on sort of why are biofilms not just sort of a collection of bacteria, but there's something really different, okay? Meaning, when you have bacteria by themselves versus when they're in this biofilm community, there's a dramatic difference. And it's a difference that we can understand to some degree if we understand 2 concepts. And we're going to talk about the first concept now, which is stochasticity, which is randomness. Okay? And the second one is emergent behavior. Okay? And so let's start. So these are the 2 sort of opposing themes, okay, that you can think of, or concepts. One is deterministic. Deterministic, the term means predictable. Okay? So it means that if I know enough about sort of initial conditions, right? If you tell me what things are now, I can tell you what things will be like in an hour from now. Okay? That's something that's deterministic, means it's perfectly predictable. The opposite is stochastic, which is random. That means that inherently, no matter how much information I give you about what's going on now, you will not be able to tell me what's going to happen sometime later. Okay? And so that is a major challenge, as you can imagine, right? Because we actually thought that nature was deterministic. And turns out, in fact, nature is stochastic. Okay? And I'll tell you why we thought that nature was sort of deterministic. One of the reasons is that you guys are sitting here. Okay? Meaning, we all have developed into this more or less average body, right? So if everything was completely random, how could you have an organism sort of develop into a predictable outcome, right? you would never know, well, maybe it'll turn into a frog or nothing, right? But so it doesn't seem that random. And so our daily experiences are that trees are going to grow, babies are going to become adults, right? So it seems very deterministic. Yeah, like this is going to happen. But we will see that actually it's not like that. And if you look carefully, we're not all the same, right? So why do we really favor this sort of deterministic thing? As I alluded to, it's sort of from our daily experiences as sort of humans, right? But one of the important reasons why sort of understanding, sort of why we're so interested in whether things are deterministic or stochastic is sort of whether or not we can predict things, right? Wouldn't you like to predict the stock market, right? Wouldn't you like to predict sort of who's going to win something so you can go to Vegas and put some money on it, right? Prediction is good, right? We want to know what the weather is going to be like. In San Diego, it's pretty easy, but in other places, maybe not so much, right? If there's a hurricane coming, is it going to go south, a little bit east of where I am? Like, we want to know. We want to know the future. Okay? We want to predict outcomes. And so that's an inherent thing that we have as humans that we like to know. Uncertainty bothers us. Okay? We're not good with uncertainty. I have like 2 little kids. They like routines. So they know what's coming. They're good with it. If we change routines, it's unpredictable. They're not so happy. Right? But it's the same with adults. Right? I'm sure you guys all have your little routines that you do. Right? Things mess that up. It's kind of, throws you off. Okay? I have no idea. Believe me, maybe some idea, but yes. I don't know about you personally, yes, but on average, right? So, why are we so obsessed with sort of this deterministic thinking, and why do we want to achieve it? It all starts with people literally thousands and thousands of years ago looking up at the sky and trying to figure out, what's going on. They wanted to predict the seasons, which is very critical if you're going to plan things and you're going to, try to grow food, right? And they wanted to predict certain, weather patterns and stuff. This is an urge that we've had for as long as we have sort of records of, okay? And it starts with these guys, okay? Kepler, you may have heard of Johannes Kepler. He's a German scientist. And he figured out that there was a mathematical relationship that allowed him to predict the motion of the planets around the sun. Okay? And he could say, for example, like here there's 2 triangles. So he's saying if this is the sun and there's a planet at this distance, if it's far away, it's going to travel slower than if it's closer. But the area in these 2 triangles is going to be the same. Okay, so there's like these interesting relationships. And he was the first to be able to predict the motion of the planets with quite some accuracy. Okay? And later, of course, we have Sir Isaac Newton, a true genius. Not only did he sort of come up with the 3 laws of Newton that we're all familiar with motion, right? But he also had to invent new mathematics to do it, which is calculus. You can thank him for it if you struggled in college. Before him, there was no calculus, okay? But he realized that he needed to understand things as a function of time, hence taking derivatives, and that was his invention, okay? A crazy guy, really, right? And so this all was a major scientific accomplishment for humanity, that we on our little planet could predict what the trajectory of Venus was going to be and Jupiter, right? And those are some of the things that actually allowed us to then send a person to the moon, right? So Kennedy's success goes back to Isaac Newton, basically, okay? And that was great. It was such an accomplishment that, for example, Laplace, Pierre-Simon Laplace was a famous French mathematician, and he said in 1814 that given Newton's laws and the current position and velocity of every particle in the universe, that it would be possible to predict everything for all time. Right? That's nice. Like, we like that. And right? That makes us feel comfortable. Like, yes, we know. Oh, we're on top of things. Okay? And this was a like amazing sort of scientific accomplishment and a great sense of humanity's sort of superiority, that we could really understand and predict things so well. Right? But this is science. When you're dealing with science, everything always changes, okay? Dramatically. There was a dramatic and very profound revolution in science that happened. And it dates back to this particular picture, which is, people call it the smartest photo ever, right? So if you look, this is from the meeting, it's a Solvay conference, okay, from 1927. This is the premier conference in physics. You will never have heard of it, most likely, because it's by invitation only. It's still held. In fact, this year it's going to be about biology for the first time ever, okay, in Brussels. And the Belgian king is there. It's in the same room, so they have to limit people to there's only 40 people max, okay? And they've been doing this. There were some breaks in the conference during the war and so forth. But this is the picture from 1927, and you can see that 17 of the 29 people that attended are Nobel laureates, either have won already or were going to win in the future. And of course, we have Madame Curie here. This is Lorentz, Einstein, Langevin equation. Dirac was the physicist who was first the one to predict a particle, the positron. He derived it, and then later it was actually shown that there was such a particle. It was a major accomplishment. Max Planck, you might have heard of him. If not, if you go to Germany and you have some German bills, he's actually on that. Okay, he came up with the Planck constant, which is a fundamental number. Okay, and I'll talk about it. Anybody who wants to know more about it later. Okay, there's dBi, which is a unit in which we can measure electricity. Right, there's all these amazing scientists, Henry Bohr and Bohr, who was one of the fathers of sort of understanding what an atom was. Okay, and of course, there's also Heisenberg and Pauli up there, okay? And they were still sort of less established then, but we're going to talk about them in a little bit more. And so what happened at this conference? What happened at this conference is that quantum theory was really born, okay? So it was the realization that matter is made out of tiny, tiny elements. Okay? In some form, they're quarks. The simplest example is an electron, okay? And that realization gave way to then later scientists being able to build the first atomic bomb, for example, right? That was born in this conference, right? And Einstein then wrote the famous letter urging the president at the time that the Germans were working on an atomic bomb and that we as the United States should get there first, right? And this was sort of a revolution in thinking, okay? So revolutions are never easy. In fact, before that conference, this is Werner Heisenberg. Maybe you guys have heard of the Heisenberg principle of uncertainty. If not, it tells you basically that you can never completely predict something about a particle. If you measure it one way, you can't know about its other property. If you measure that property, you don't know about the other one, because the moment you measure it, you're actually perturbing it. Okay, so there's sort of an interesting thing, but it was one of the main ideas behind the fact that we can't predict things. Okay? And Einstein was super bothered by this, actually, at the time when this type of thinking first emerged. Einstein had to believe that the universe was predictable. He had more sort of a Newtonian kind of upbringing, right? And that there was sort of a steady state in the universe. He did not like that things could be just random. And he has a very famous quote. He says, the old guy does not throw dice, right? This is the German one, der Alte würfelt nicht. Okay? And so that was really his main sort of problem that he had. He's like, no, there can't be all this like random stuff. Nobody throws dice in nature, right? But turns out, after this conference in 1927, he was fully on board because the mathematics was undeniable and the evidence was accumulating, okay? It was like the Doppler effect and things like that. And here's Schrödinger, okay? One of my favorite scientists. He's an Austrian Nobel Prize winning scientist, and maybe you guys have heard of the Schrödinger's cat. Anybody hear of this? Yeah? Oh, cool. There's some people. Good. So he wanted to explain to some people how crazy the quantum world is, meaning when you go down to sort of the smallest scale, how crazy everything can be. He said, imagine I take a box. In the box, I put a cat. People have cats? Anybody with cats? Yeah, well, it's not going to be your cat. Don't worry. Okay? And then I have here a hammer and a bottle of poison. Okay? Now, the poison is well contained in a glass container, but if the hammer falls on the glass, it's going to break it. This is poisonous gas. It's going to be released. The cat will unfortunately die. Okay? He was Austrian. And so, okay, so there's the hammer. And then he's saying, right, I have radioactive material. and I'm going to put it in the chamber. And when this radioactive material decays, meaning it shoots like a neutron or proton, depending on what I put in there, okay, it will be detected by this yellow thing, and I will release the hammer. Now, the problem with radioactivity is that these particles decay in a way that follows some statistics, but you never know when the actual neutron or proton is going to be radiated out from this material. Okay? And so, because you do not know, if you keep the box closed, so you don't look inside, it's not visible. Okay? He was saying that probabilistically the cat is both dead and alive. Okay? And that's sort of the weird way to think about sort of quantum mechanics, is that things can exist in two states at the same time because probabilistically we can't tell the difference. Okay? It's like somebody flipped a coin in there. Instead of doing this elaborate cat thing, you could have also said, like, I flip a coin, and I don't know, right? Because I can't see it. So, 50-50. So yes, the coin could be heads and or tails. So both options are possible, right? At the same time, in fact. Okay? And so this is the famous Schrodinger's cat. If you Google it, there'll be like lots of these things. Now, after this revolution in physics became more and more undeniable and took a foothold, it then slowly started to change how we, biologists, started to think about biology itself. Okay? Because physics is really sort of much more advanced than biology, way more advanced. In physics, we have laws. In biology, we have really just one law, which is natural selection, okay, which is evolution. That's the only one we have. We don't really have many laws like that. In physics, there's lots of them. But I'll tell you what the difference is. So, what is the revolution? That biology is fundamentally random. Again, this is sort of difficult to think about, and then the question should be, how is it random and why is it random, right? Those are two questions we should ask. And so it turns out that predicting a future is not just something that humans want to do, but it's also something that biology wants to do. It is a major problem that shapes biology. Okay? And I'll tell you how that works and why this problem of predicting the future in a weird way actually promotes stochasticity. Okay? So let me point that out because this is sort of important to me. Okay? So we said that if something is deterministic, it means we can predict it, right? But what I'm telling you is that if you're trying to predict something, it promotes stochasticity. Okay, why is that? Right? Do you guys see sort of this conundrum? Right? I'm saying deterministic is predictable, would be nice, but then if you're trying to predict the future, it makes the system more stochastic. That's trying to predict the future. Why is that? Well, this is the problem in cartoon form. Okay, so I drew this myself. Thank you very much. This is my bacteria right here. And I try to think about how I would sort of illustrate this problem, okay? So imagine there's a door, and behind the door is the future, okay? And there's your bacteria, and it's trying to predict the future. Why? Well, because it's going to change its state, right? Maybe there's not going to be water. Maybe I'm going to get a lot of sugar, or maybe the food's going to run out. And that might mean I should change my metabolism, for example, right? But it's unpredictable to the bacteria. There's no like weather forecast that the bacteria can look up on their iPhone, say, oh, what's the weather going to be? Do I need to bring an umbrella? Kind of thing, okay? So the bacteria have no way of determining really what the future is going to hold. Even if they could perfectly measure everything at this very particular moment, it will not provide sufficient information in terms of what the environment will be like 10 minutes from now, right? You're a bacillus. You're sitting on the eyebrow. Well, maybe you're going to rub it, and then you're going to go like this, and you're going to go like that, and boom, right? Your environment is completely changed. Okay? Maybe you're in the soil, and one of the cats comes and poops on you or something, right? Environment, completely different. It's not predictable. Okay? And so how do you cope with predicting an environment that is unpredictable? And turns out the answer is stochasticity, which means you yourself have to become unpredictable. Okay? So you're trying to basically recreate internally a probabilistic state that matches the probabilistic future. Okay? So, one of the ways that bacteria cope with this, to give you a concrete illustration, is something called bed hedging. Did you guys, anybody in the audience hear of bed hedging? Okay. Okay. But I'm sure you guys heard about hedge funds. Yes, everybody hear about hedge funds? For sure. You guys are all old enough to remember the stock market crash, 2007, which was in large part promoted by hedge funds, right? So what are hedge funds? Hedge funds are set up by very smart mathematicians. They run very fast algorithms. They measure sort of every bit of information they can, okay? And these hedge funds pay premium dollars to set up their computers right next to Wall Street to minimize the smallest fraction of seconds. So these are these guys that do this ultra-fast trading that no human can do. They're doing it at the time scale of milliseconds. They're buying and selling billions of dollars in milliseconds, okay? And they're running a computer algorithm, okay, where they're basically looking at past trends, and from there trying to run predictions about what the next step is going to be in that tick in the stock market, okay? They have relationships between items. They know, like, if the oil sector does this, gold will do this. If pharmaceutical industry does X, right, then healthcare stocks will do Y. If there's a shortage in oranges, this will happen, okay? So they have sort of tried to come up with algorithms to predict all these relationships, okay? And they're all based on hedging your bet. And that concept is very familiar to people that live in San Diego. I live in Del Mar, right? And so in Del Mar we have the horse races. And there's actually a theory of bet hedging which was developed in the 1950s, okay? And it was started off as sort of a game, but then became something that's now dominating, like how people try to buy and sell in the stock market, okay? So let me tell you how it works, okay? So I'm going to leave the podium. Hope that's okay. So you got a few horses here, okay? You can pick the horses, right? And imagine you have some amount of money, like $100, and you're going to place your bets on these. Let's say there's like 5, 6 horses here, okay? So how would you place your bets? Let's say you have $100, there's 5 horses. Would you just put 20, 20, 20, 20? What would you do? Sorry, what?
I would do an exacta box with the 5 horses I thought were going to come in had the highest probability coming in between the first 3 chances.
That's absolutely correct, right? So he's saying I would look at the bookies' numbers, right, at the odds. When you go to the horse races, they'll give you a little booklet. There's even odds in there. They'll say, this horse has a 1 to 20, 3 to 8, whatever, okay? That's based on statistics that people have obtained about that horse. How it did in past races, its lineage, its height, its weight, okay? Its type of breeding background, who's the person riding it, okay? And they give you odds. Because the bookies, they're going to make the money. Anybody been to Vegas? They didn't build that town on winners, okay? So the house always wins. Okay? How does the house win? Because they have the statistics and they're smart. They won't give you the same amount of return if you're betting on a horse that they think is very likely to win, right? If there's a horse that's very unlikely to win, they're like, yeah, we'll give you more for that, okay? And so when you place your bets, you should do it just like the gentleman was saying. You should say, I'm going to put my money according to the probability. The amount of money I'm going to bet per horse should be proportional to the likelihood of that horse winning. And that's called hedging your bets. But I will not put all my money on the most likely horse to win. Why? Because there's still a probability that that horse may not win, right? Maybe the jockey's going to fall off or something, okay? And so you still put money even on the horse that's least likely to win. You just do it proportional to how less likely it is to win. So you put less money on that, okay? And turns out that mathematically we can run this and we can show that this is the way through which you can stay at the racetrack the longest and enjoy your hot dogs without running out of money immediately, okay? And this mathematical theory then became established in the 50s, and it's known as bet hedging, okay? And, yes?
If that was successful, why wouldn't everybody do it?
Because the house always wins, right? Because the odds, okay, I'll tell you how that works. So the odds are such that even if you do this strategy, you're going to have a net loss because the odds that the bookies are giving you, okay, are never going to add up to the degree where you can always win. Does that make sense?
So bet hedging is a losing strategy.
Bet hedging is a losing strategy, but it's the best strategy that, sorry? You lose much slower. That's exactly right. You cannot win. You never win, right? There's no way because the game is rigged. I hate to tell you guys, but the game is rigged against you. Okay, right? This is for the bookies. It's a money-making thing. They're not a charity, right? Just like if you go to Vegas and you go to the roulette table, and we'll talk about it, right? There's no strategy that you can use where you will win, because the odds are such in terms of what the house pays you back that it doesn't add up, okay? Even in blackjack, it's 52 to 48. 48 is you. 52 is the house. And that percent difference, boom, you can build the Bellagio, okay? So the requirement, though, let's think about bet hedging, though, for a second in terms of what these cells are doing. If you noticed, I start off with the one cell. It's trying to predict this future, which means some of these horses, let's say, it's going to win, and it's trying to see what to do about it, right? That's sort of the unpredictable environment. What I'm illustrating here is that the cells are doing different things. Because imagine that when I open the door, there's going to be like one of these games with the curtains, okay? And somebody's going to get a prize. Everybody else is going to die, okay? So you would like to have one of these bacteria at least survive for your species to continue. So you want somebody to be more or less have a chance of success, right? And since there's many options, you need to have different cell states, cell types to win. Okay? Everybody with me? Here comes the big problem. If the individual cells have to behave differently because there could be different environments awaiting them in the future, how do you do that if you are dealing with a genetically identical population of cells? Okay? So if all your genes in that population are the same, meaning all the individuals they're all like clones, right? If they're all genetically identical, also known as isogenic, right? How can you get different cells to do different things? Right? Because we're taught that the genes and the proteins and the mRNAs they express will determine the behavior and outcome of those bacteria, right? Isn't that sort of the central dogma in biology, which we'll talk about in a second, right? So how can you have that, and you can have different cells do different things? Yes?
One of our things is, because we've been kind of indoctrinated by Garth Ehrlich, is there really is no such thing as these cells are not really clonal in a specific strain. There's a supragenome and there are contingency genes, so although to us they look identical, when you actually sequence them, all of these quote identical cells are different. They have different contingency genes in the same species.
So that is one possibility, but it is not the only possibility. Turns out it's actually very likely that every single one, no matter what you sequence, they're going to be identical. Absolutely identical. There's no difference in whatever contingency genes you want to call them or whatever. They're exactly the same. No difference. And yet they will behave differently. Even if they're in the same phase, like let's say that would be a great actually way to have them be different, right? They all have a cell cycle, so to speak, with replication time. So if you shifted them, you could say, oh, one is at the beginning, one is at the end. Maybe they're replicating the DNA, right? Even if I synchronize them, they're all sort of right at the horse races, like they start off at the same replication point. They will still be able to do different things, okay? And it's not just a sort of a little toy intellectual thing. This is the only reason that you guys are alive, okay? The only reason that life exists on this planet is because of this stochasticity, okay? And so the question is, how can you have this? How can you have genetic similarities, no matter what you try to make in terms of the genes being identical, setting the replication time to be the same, there will still be differences. How? Okay? And turns out that this can only be explained, and actually we know how it works, is because of stochasticity. So what the bacteria are doing is really playing roulette. And they're doing it by doing different types of states that they're accessing, okay? And this is, in fact, something that we did ourselves, okay? We published this in Nature in 2006, for example. These are the same cells after some time where we expose them to stress. And you can just look at it and you can see all these cells are different. And they're all genetically identical because in hindsight we can sequence them. So there's not a single difference in terms of anything, okay? but they're all doing different things. You can see it visually. These round things are known as spores, which I'm sure you heard of. There's a very dormant state that some bacteria can get into, okay? And these red guys are cells that are specifically able to take up extracellular DNA, and we'll talk about that towards the end, okay? Because that's a particularly interesting thing where you can now change your genome, and you can become resistant. But only a very small fraction, turns out about 5% of cells, employ that strategy. And there's a reason why, okay? Because it depends on the likelihood of that strategy succeeding. Spores are more prevalent under some conditions because the probability of that succeeding is more likely, okay? And there's no one solution that is perfect. That's why there's what we call is heterogeneity, meaning there's cell-to-cell variability that's not genetic, okay? So we, in fact, managed to get this in another paper on the cover of Cell. So this is actually a real cover of Cell where we had the bacteria playing roulette, okay? And so just to illustrate that this is all like still pretty recent stuff. This is from 2009, right? And the editors loved it because it's again one of those sort of concepts that is still pretty recent in biology, okay? So how can you, okay, I told you that this is happening, and I'll show you more evidence, right? But how, right? That should be the question. How can you have these differences? And turns out the source of randomness are molecular and cellular. And especially at the molecular level is really where most of it happens. So, again, why is it shocking to you guys? Like, meaning why didn't everybody just know the answer to this? It's not your fault, okay? It's sort of my fault, in a sense, as a professor, right? Is because we're not teaching this, okay? Now we are. Like, we're teaching our undergraduates at UCSD. We're one of the few institutions where we actually teach stochastic processes, nonlinear dynamics to biology undergrads, okay? So the revolution has already started, okay? And they love it, and they're blown away, and lots of people it's a really sort of a career-changing experience for them to take these classes. It's multiple classes offered by a few faculty, including myself, okay? And I'm telling you, we're having like a huge impact on sort of what people want to do in the future and how we're going to approach lots of biomedical problems in the future is going to be very different, okay? But why did we not teach this when you guys were undergrads? Because of stuff like this, right? Oops. I don't know why that happened. Stochastic. I see it on that monitor, and I see it on there, but I don't see it on the thing. So see, this is one of those random moments, right? It's beautiful. Thank you for this illustration. You guys can you guys see that? Yeah? So my computer's not asleep also, I guess. But anyway, if you look at that, okay, it has this incredible honeycomb structure, okay? There's about 200 eyes. So a fly doesn't have an eye, it has eyes in the sense that it has about 200 eyes on one part of its lobe on the brain, right, on its head, and the other one. In fact, most of the fruit fly head is basically 2 eyes, okay? That's because it's so important for its survival, okay? It needs to navigate and needs to detect, okay? And so a lot of computation is devoted specifically to the fruit fly eye. And if you look at that structure, it is perfectly geometrical honeycomb structure, just like a honeycomb, okay? And when you look at these structures that are evolving, right, you would say, how is this possible? Meaning, how can we have a structure that is so geometrically perfect? And you're telling me stuff about randomness, okay? And if you look at evolution, you would see that actually there's a lot of randomness in there, okay? But if you look at the development of an individual organism, it seems very predictable, right? Like the hen gonna have some eggs, eggs gonna hatch, you're gonna get some chickens, right? It doesn't seem very like probabilistic. Although there will be some that actually are not gonna hatch, right? There will be some situations where there's still problems with development, which we all know. But on average, it seems very sort of non-random. Okay, but if you think about it carefully, you can think that actually, right, of situations where there's problems. So if you look at that, right, maybe you guys can see it. This is sort of now a tiny screen. Maybe we could, oh, there it is. Okay, good. All right. Stochastic, once again, right?
Just as a comment here, those of you who are coming to the house tonight,
you will actually see this exact picture because I have a fly in the electron microscope that I've brought, so you can actually see this in real time.
Can we get a copy of that picture, Gary?
Good. So Gary likes this picture too. Great. And so this is again what I was pointing out with this honeycomb thing. Okay? Now we're zooming in. You're actually looking at fluorescently labeled eyes. So these are actually photoreceptor cells. So within one of these eyes, there's 200 of these units. They're called ommatidia. If you zoom into here, you will see that there's actually 8 little cells. You won't see all 8 because they're geometrically ordered like this, where if you look from the top, you can only see at most 7 because the 8th one, and they're sort of piled up one underneath the other one, so it's obscured, okay? It's actually really cool. So each of these eyes is pointing in a unique direction in space. It allows the fly to detect angles, okay? Because each eye acts like a fiber optic, and so the angle is not obscured or scrambled, so it can actually detect from each eye where in space that light, that photon was coming from, okay? That's the purpose of having this big eye with many, many individual units, okay? And if you zoom in, again, you see that these cells, I mean, does it look random? It's perfectly structured, right? It's beautiful. We look at these pictures and we're just in awe at nature. Oh, look how precise it is, how perfectly it appears to be designed, right? Is it? Well, if you look, it's actually even more exciting because the fly has to not only detect angles, but it actually has to also discriminate a couple of wavelengths and whether or not the light is polarized or not. Okay? Light has a polarization that can be scrambled. For example, light coming directly from the sun has some polarity. If it bounces off surfaces, the polarity will be scrambled. Okay? And so the fly eye can tell whether or not it's looking at light that's coming from the sky, so I'm flying up, or I'm looking at light that's being reflected off plants or stuff by looking at the polarization. Okay? It's super cool. Okay? And the way it does it is inside these cells, so each of these structures is supposed to be a cell. It's like, here you're looking like from the top in, okay? And then this is a cross section, okay? And it has cells that express different rhodopsin molecules. A rhodopsin looks like this. So this is a molecule. It's called rhodopsin, okay? And rhodopsin sits in the membrane. It's a G protein coupled receptor, okay, which is very important because 70% of all drugs on the market target G protein coupled receptors. Just sort of a Snapple's kind of little info, okay? And in each of these is a chromophore. That's how this molecule detects light. A chromophore is a chemical structure that can absorb an electron and get excited. It causes separation of charge that causes this chromophore to switch one of the bonds, right, this one actually, okay? It goes from trans to cis. And that conformational change will exert a mechanical force on the molecule, which will change its conformation, and inside it will change this loop that binds to the G protein and signals to the fly brain. Okay? And depending on the sequence of amino acids that are surrounding this pocket of the chromophore in which it sits in, it can change the probability of this chromophore being isomerized or being excited by blue light or more reddish light, for example, okay? And so by changing a few amino acids and expressing different molecules in different cells, the fly eye can detect polarization and it can detect a few different wavelengths, okay? Now, here's the question. If you have 200 unit eyes and you want to detect, let's say, a couple of wavelengths, different colors, and whether or not light is polarized. So you need at least 3 different types, okay? How would you place them across your 200 eyes, where each eye is looking only at a specific angle of incident? Meaning, would you put all your blue receptor eye cells sort of in the middle, at the edge, spread them out? Random, maybe. Right? What would be the percentage? How many of what? There was somebody was saying, I thought, give it 70 and 30? Very good. Somebody's reading the slides. Right? And this depends on whether or not you are in need of sampling a particular wavelength more or less, right? Like for polarization, you don't need as much. You just need a few, you know, if you're looking up or down. But for the different colors, that's more difficult because you're looking at sort of patterns on the ground or you're flying over stuff, and you might need more spatial resolution. That means you might need to express more of them. But exactly how geometrically you organize your different photoreceptor cells is not clear, right? Turns out that it's not only 70-30, but it's random, okay? So here they're looking, the scientists, these are from several papers, one as recent as 2016, they're both in Nature, they're both articles, okay? They're showing basically that the expression of these different rhodopsin molecules, so this thing that can differ in sequence and allow different wavelengths and so forth to be detected, is random at the level of the fly eye. So here they have a cross section, here they're looking from the top, and they have promoters that express these different types. So each cell contains all of the types, but some cells only express this, and the others only express that. So the genes are identical, so there's no shuffling of genes, okay? But the promoter regulation is different. In some cells, one promoter is activated, and the other one. And they can track that by using fluorescent proteins that they fuse to those promoters, and they can see they get this weird pattern that looks random. And then here's sort of a blown-up version of 200 eyes, and you can see, right, they're looking at this pale one. So this is the 30% one. And you can see it's sort of really, there's no like specific pattern. Okay? It's random. So even this most perfect of organized structures in nature, at the core, has still some randomness in it, which we didn't know until 2006. We've been studying fruit flies for decades. Okay? People won Nobel Prizes on this because we were able to figure out like developmental patterns and things like that. But until 2006, nobody knew that actually the fly, in terms of expressing different colored cells, was stochastic. Okay? And so this is the kind of revolution that I'm talking about, right? So it's really changing the way that we think about biology. But why is stochasticity a good solution? Well, here's sort of a little cartoon that I drew. If you wanted to do 30 and 70 in this thing, okay, I'm not going to do it, but I could ask one of you to come up and try to give me sort of a pattern, a regular pattern that you could maybe program genetically. How would it look in a hexagonal geometry? It's hexagonal. It's also called a triangular lattice, okay? And how would you organize, what type of a code would you do, right? If I could allow you to do sort of a computer code and say, how would you do it that you have 30% and 70% and you make sure that you cover as much of evenly of space as you can. If you had a checkerboard, just black and white squares, you could think of maybe a couple of lines of code that would allow you to do this, right? You would say, if I'm white or black, my adjacent neighbor has to be the opposite, right? Like you could think of rules that might give you sort of a checkerboard. But if you have hexagonal geometry and you have to do 30-70, it turns out you need many, many, many lines of code. Yes, did you have a question?
Does that percentage of randomness, or if we'll call it that, follow from generation to generation within that fly? In other words, if you see that particular arrangement, will you see that same similar arrangement in the next generation?
Yes, you will. But what you will see is if you look at different species that live in different conditions, right? That actually you will see that this distribution can be different. There are flies that have like 20-80 or more 50-50, depending on what type of environment they live. They adapt. So they can tune this probability, which is another thing that's much easier to do than rewriting the whole code. Okay? It's easier to tweak, to bias the flip of the coin than it is to rewrite a code completely that was static, meaning that could only give you one answer. Now, if you want 50-50, I got to rewrite this whole code, versus I can tune the probability slightly. Okay? From individual to individual, there'll be variation, by the way. It's not like 30-70, like precise. There's a plus or minus something. So it's a distribution, but it falls within this sort of spectrum.
Right. When you're placing that pattern of arrangement, you're looking at a similar pattern then on that next generation of that same fruit fly.
Yes. That's very much correct, sir. Yes. it's very similar to, like, if you look at the branching pattern of a tree, right? So we have trees outside. If you had like an oak tree or something, right, with lots of branches, and you'd go out there, would you ever find in nature 2 oak trees that have exactly the same branching pattern? And I mean exactly, like every branch, distance, angle. Could it ever be the same? No. But do all those trees work in the sense that they're alive, they're functioning, they're reproducing? But all oak trees have a certain pattern of branching that we can recognize versus if I look at a pine tree, right? But all pine trees, again, have sort of similar looking patterns, but they're not ever exactly the same. So what you're looking at there is that nature has figured out that it's impossible to write a genetic code, and it's not necessary, more importantly, where you have one single solution of branching pattern to accomplish a certain task. But I need some kind of a statistics, overall statistics, like on average, I need to make a twig every so-and-so. It can point this way, it can point slightly that way. That's okay, but there has to be some average statistics for this tree to function perfectly. Does that make sense? Exactly, it's a distribution. If everything was completely infinite, right, then you would see an infinite sort of like a distribution that had no middle, it would just be tail. Right? So nature is unpredictable within some limits. Okay? So, what is the origin of this? So how do you get this at the molecular level? And you guys can let me know how I'm doing in time. Am I okay? Yeah, good. So it turns out that all of life is in fact stochastic. What do I mean by that? So what is life? What would be a very simple definition of how do you have anything living, right? Like if you think at the most basic things, life is really about sort of molecules interacting, right? It can be DNA and a transcription factor. It can be a receptor. It can be some metabolic gene, an enzyme and a substrate, okay? At the end of the day, life is based on molecular interactions. That should be at least not shocking to anyone, I hope, right? But what you have to keep in mind is when you're dealing with molecular interactions, what that means is that you're dealing with discrete numbers of things. So you can't have 1.2 molecules. You have 1 molecule, 2, 3. So you have quantum units. Okay, so there's a unit. Okay, there's no half or a quarter. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So, okay, and then when you say a reaction, if you shrink yourself to the size of a cell, and you are in the cell, it's very crowded, first of all, okay? But if you were to look and you see 2 molecules, like an enzyme and a substrate, okay? And you see they're kind of like maybe coming towards each other. So they're going to react maybe. Do you know exactly when they're going to find each other? Right? Because the enzyme has like an active site, and here's the ligand. It needs to physically actually like find that site. So if the enzyme is looking this way, the probability of interaction is much less than if it's looking this way. And the molecules like flicker around. So by definition, it would seem that you could never predict exactly when what is going to interact. Okay? But wait. If I just told you that sort of a chemical reaction is unpredictable, what about these amazing scientists? Okay? And I love that we actually have photos of them, right? This is, everybody heard of the Michaelis-Menten equation? Remember, like way back, biochemistry? Yes? This is the Michaelis-Menten equation. You have an enzyme plus a substrate. There's some rates. You make a complex, and then you convert the substrate into a product, and the enzyme stays. Okay? And we use this equation even today. In pharmaceutical industry, in science, whatever, okay? This equation is not wrong. Kinda, okay? So it's just like Newton's laws. So Newton's laws are great. We can even send a satellite to Pluto, okay, that distance, and we can make them meet based purely on Newton's laws. Because we understand gravity to that degree. But not really. We actually don't understand gravity at the very, very small scale. Okay? There's no quantum theory for gravity, which is one of the biggest gaps in physics currently. Okay? And that's also why there's dark matter and dark energy. It gets back to the fact that we don't understand gravity. Okay? We understand electricity, strong force, weak force, all these things. Not gravity. Okay? And the problem there is scale. So we can describe things at large scales, like Mars orbiting the sun, okay? But if I zoom in and in and in and in, at sort of a tiny, tiny volume, gravity, the equations break down because you start dividing by 0, okay? So things blow up. It makes no sense. Michaelis-Menten makes sense if you have a well-mixed dish with some sufficient volume, okay? Then this actually works very nicely. But the problem is that cells are tiny, okay? So if this is your test tube where you have like milliliters, Michaelis-Menten works great. You can actually make predictions. It'll look exactly like that. You'll be all happy. Okay, it's very predictable, deterministic. But if you look at a bacteria, you're dealing with femtoliters. It's a sufficiently small size where Michaelis-Menten breaks down. It does not tell you anything, okay? And the reason is that when you're dealing with these small volumes, now you're dealing with very few numbers of molecules. So here are the numbers of different types of molecules in E. coli, okay? So there's some that are very abundant, like ribosomes, okay, like 7,000 to 50,000, depends on species, depends on the metabolic state, okay? But look up here. These are all very small numbers, okay? And here's DNA polymerase. You get 10 to 20. DNA polymerase, right, will allow you to replicate the DNA and do stuff. You only have 10 or 20. That is a very small number, okay? And so Schrödinger, and we talked about him with the cat, right? He realized that this was actually a fundamental problem. It started to bother physicists way back, okay? And he wrote this beautiful book, What is Life? And in there, he laid out the problem. He said, in physics, order arises out of disorder. So meaning, in physics, we have laws. We have the laws of physics, Newton's laws of gravity. But you have to understand what those laws are. Those laws are resting on statistics. They're all approximations. Quantum theory is the only one that doesn't. All other laws, okay, are completely statistical laws. That means that they only work at certain size and certain statistics. Okay? Are we sitting in a room of gas? Hopefully still some oxygen left. More and more carbon dioxide. Can you guys feel it? Right? But at least some windows open. Okay. So, do you guys know that there's like trillions of gas molecules in this room? Right? Could anybody in this room predict when a carbon dioxide molecule in that corner is going to come, make its way over here, and bounce with an oxygen molecule somewhere where my hand is? When would it happen? Who knows? Nobody can predict that. Okay? I mean, there's a distribution, but nobody knows exactly when that's going to happen. Does that make sense, right? In fact, there's no computer on this planet, even IBM, whatever, they can't put a computer together that would be able to calculate all these molecules of gas in this room and what they're going to be doing 10 minutes from now. We do not have the computational power. It doesn't exist. Even put all the computers in the world together. It doesn't exist. Okay? Theoretically, sure. Yeah, like Mr. Spock comes in with the Enterprise. Maybe they have a better computer on the Enterprise, right? Until then, it's not possible. Okay? But can I tell you what will happen if I increase the temperature in this room to the pressure in this room? If I increase the temperature twofold, do you guys think that the pressure in this room is going to increase or decrease? Increase, right? There's a I wish I had a whiteboard. There's a very beautiful law. It's called Boyle's Law of Natural Gases. And there's an equation that says PV equals nRT. Pressure times volumes equals N, okay, which is Avogadro's number, times R, and then the temperature. Okay? So there's a very nice relationship where I can predict. I don't know anything about the individual particles, what they're doing, the atoms. But I can tell you a relationship between pressure, volume, and temperature. I can tell you that if I increase the temperature, the volume is going to try to increase because the pressure is increasing. Right? Like in a balloon, if I heat it up, it's going to expand. Right? Anybody know when this beautiful relationship was actually like derived? Boyle's law. 1680. It's been around for a long time, okay? So smart people lived for a long time, right? Long time ago, I should say. Now, so I can predict something about this sort of room of gas atoms and molecules, but I can't tell you anything about what's happening at a very small scale. Okay? That's the same problem with Michaelis-Menten. Okay? It works great with a big beaker and a flask. Totally doesn't work inside a cell. And this is when we realized this. And then the question was, well, how can you have order in biology as everything is so disordered and disorganized? Right? And this book is actually very important because in this book, Schrödinger postulated the existence of genes. Right? And he didn't call them genes because we didn't know genes back then. Okay? And he said there must be some kind of a pre-existing order, some kind of a code that helps overcome disorder, because statistics wouldn't allow you to do it. Okay? If you'd be dealing with large things like this, maybe order can arise out of it. But if you're dealing with these tiny cells, there has to be something else that helps you, guide you in an ordered structure. And that's why we have a genetic code. That's why we have instructions, a blueprint for things, okay, to help us against this disorder problem. Okay? But even then, it's not sufficient. There's still going to be stochasticity, but at least it allows a fruit fly to hatch from a larvae. Okay? Most of the time, at least. So, just to give you an intuitive idea of how these number things are very important, and that's why in Vegas, the house always wins. Okay? Because if you go as an individual, you do, let's say you get to the roulette table, and forget all the numbers and stuff. You're just going to put red or black. You might walk away with some money. It is not a zero probability event, right? But for the house, the casino, they're dealing with millions of these bets per week, right? They have these slot machines. So they don't depend on an individual thing happening. They're dealing with statistics. And that's what helps them. How does it help them? Well, for example, there's the statistical law of the degree of inaccuracy. And this is, again, one of those laws in physics, and it's a statistical law. So if I take 100 coin flips, it tells you that if I take the square root of the number of times I do something, that tells me the fundamental inaccuracy in my measurement. Meaning, I cannot get it more precisely. It depends on the number of times I do it. If I'm dealing with a probabilistic outcome. Right? If I flip a coin 100 times, you have a 10% chance, right, that you're not going to get 50-50. So it's saying if I flip a coin 100 times and I write it down in my notebook, I'm not going to get 50-50 probably. I might get 55-45, something like that. And what is it, something like that? It's going to be plus or minus 10%. That's the wiggle room. Okay? And that's because I'm only doing it 100 times. If I do it 1,000,000 times, okay, the square root of 1,000,000 is 1,000, then look, my error is like tiny. So meaning, if I do a coin flip 1,000,000 times, I'm going to be almost at the statistical fact, which is 50-50, unless it's a biased coin. Right? Does that make sense? So the more often I do it, the better I can basically attain a description of the actual statistics or the probability behind something. Okay? But if I do it only once, if I flip the coin only once, and I write that down in my notebook, what would I conclude? Let's say you just flip it one time and you get heads. Would you walk away saying, hey, this coin, 100% of the time I'm going to get heads? You'd be pretty wrong, right? So if you do it one time, you're really subject to stochasticity, okay? And let me illustrate this with a little code, right, that we wrote. So these colorful balls are like enzymes, okay? And they're trying to interact with each other. Whenever they interact, okay, we're going to plot something on the right. So this is actually going to be a simulation that we wrote, okay? So here you're going to see in blue reactions, and the reactions are going to go like this, okay? And they're going to be pretty smooth because there's 100 balls in here. And then we're going to look at the substrate being produced. The conversion is going to be like this. And then each of the events, you'll see like there's some, there's not, but it's going to be sort of a smooth line. Let me play that. Whenever those things hit each other, oops, you're going to see, here we go, right? So here I'm tracking the reactions, and this is like the total number of product if I were to plot it. Does it look pretty smooth? The product at least does, but you can see the reactions are wiggly, right? Because some are interacting, some are not. They're far from each other, and it's just moving around, right? Now, what would happen if I do the same thing and I do it with only 10 balls in this confined space? What would happen to this line, and what would happen to that line? Right? You would have much less sort of smooth of this, and this is going to go way down and may or may not happen. Right? So now you may have actually 0 reactions sometimes. So let's see. So now you only have 10. Right? So you see something happened, nothing happened, oh, bunch of stuff happened. Okay? This looks totally different. Statistically, if I do it many, many, many times, if I repeat it, I would approximate the one with 100, right? If I do this 10 times and I average over, right? But if I only have 10, let's imagine I'm in a cell, I'm tiny, I only have 10 of these things, like DNA polymerase. I only have 10. This is what you're dealing with. A gene may or may not be transcribed. Okay? Which is bothersome, right? But turns out that's exactly what happens. So this is from a landmark paper that was published in Science. And what they did is they actually were able, for the first time, to look at single enzymes reacting. Okay? And this is their data. They're looking at fluorescence peaks. So each of these peaks, there's lots of enzymes here. And each of these peaks that you see in yellow is when an enzyme reacted with a substrate. But there's lots of them here. Okay? And then when they plot the reaction, they see nothing is happening. So when the line is on the top, you see, first of all, sort of more or less 2 regions here. Do you guys all see that there's something at the bottom, something at the top? And it seems like these things just jump between these 2 levels, right? And when you're at the bottom, nothing is happening. When you're at the top, one thing is happening. That's it. Nothing, one thing. Nothing, one thing. So if you're at the lower part, no reaction. If you're up, one product is being made. And that is very similar to when we look at what's known as single channel recordings in neurons. So if we go into a neuron and we isolate one ion channel, and ion channels are these proteins that allow positively or negatively charged ions to go through the membrane. We'll talk about that more later, right? Those ion channels, if you measure them carefully, right, you will see that they're either conducting or not conducting or not conducting. So they're flickering. They're flickering. There's no like open, I'm just going to be open because I'm regulated. No, they're just flickering. All that the neuron can do is manipulate the probability of being open or closed. Okay? And down here you see, for example, like, do you guys see how there's like a second step? So that just means that there was 2 ion channels in this recording chamber. And so they see that sometimes both can be open at the same time, but most of the time it's closed, right? And here's a situation where basically you're favoring the closed state and there's just very, very tiny openings. So even if you're like totally trying to close this ion channel, it will still once in a while open. Okay? Because when you're at that scale, you can't escape stochasticity. Okay? And this even applies to the central dogma of biology. This is the central dogma, although there are no dogmas in science. Okay? This is sort of a mislabeling, okay? And we can talk about why that is. Okay? Science has no dogmas, but it's still called the central dogma in biology. And that's that DNA goes to translation, and then you translate the mRNA into amino acids, and that folds into a protein, right? That's sort of the central thing that we always think about in biology. And it's been shown that actually this entire process is subject to stochasticity, okay? Which is shocking to some degree, bothersome to some degree, right? Because we're saying, like, we want a human to develop and so forth, and that depends on the genetic program running nicely, and yet I'm telling you that the expression of genes can be stochastic. This is very recent. This was the cover of Science magazine in 2002, okay? It was the first time that scientists were able to determine that gene expression is in fact stochastic, and what they're looking at here in the cover is different E. coli. They're all genetically identical. They've been sequenced, so there's none of this other stuff, okay? But yet you see that some are yellow and green and so forth. And what they're doing is the following. Okay? This is actually like a landmark paper. I think it has like, I don't know, like almost 10,000 citations. So let me tell you what they did. This is the a cartoon representation of the chromosome of E. coli. The origin of replication is up here, okay? And to see whether or not gene expression was stochastic, they did this ingenious, very simple experiment. It's so elegant, I can tell you in just a few minutes. They take the same promoter, left and right, about the same distance from the origin of replication, because they didn't want replication differences to have an impact, okay? Because you know the chromosome replicates, and that might change, right? If I like put one gene up here, one gene up here, then maybe that depends on if you're replicating, okay? So it's the same distance from the origin of replication, and it's the same promoter, it's the identical promoter, because they put it in there, okay? The only difference is that one is expressing CFP, one is expressing YFP. CFP stands for cyan fluorescent protein, YFP stands for yellow fluorescent protein. So they're the same protein, the same length. There's 4 amino acid substitutions that change the chromophore, just like in the rhodopsin case, right? They allow one to fluoresce in yellow, one to fluoresce in blue, so they're spectrally distinct, so you can measure them individually, okay? And so you're expressing one color from one from the other. Even though it's blue and yellow, I don't know why they labeled it green and red. That's not my problem. I didn't write the paper, okay? But so green is supposed to be if this promoter is expressed, red is if this promoter is expressed, okay? But it's the same promoter. It's just expressing these 2 different proteins, which are the same size, same folding, everything is the same. And so the idea is if you do this and you measure, let's say there's some fluctuations because of replication or other things, you would say that because these 2 promoters are identical, if gene expression is not stochastic, right, they're already assuming that there's some fluctuation in gene expression, but they're saying these 2 promoters are identical, so they should fluctuate together. Imagine my 2 hands, one promoter A, one promoter B, they're the same promoter. They're maybe fluctuating because the temperature is changing in the experiment, because, you know, I don't know, somebody slammed the door, something shook, okay? They're saying, but whatever happens, it should affect both the same, right? Unless the interaction of the transcription factor and polymerase with that promoter is really random. If it's random, then you would see that my 2 hands would start to not be expressing at the same time the same level, right? And then if I have these 2 colors, and if I add them together, I would see that they would add up to different types of combinations of red and green. So you would start seeing something that's very red, which means it's only expressing one promoter, or green, only the other one, or yellow, where it's expressing both equally, okay? And then when they look, right, they can plot expression of one color versus the other, and you get this sort of cloud of data points. So each data point here is a single cell measurement, so they're measuring one cell. They're saying this cell has this much of this YFP expressed, and this much of this CFP expressed, and that's how you get that data point. Okay, don't worry about the blue and the green, okay? And they're just 2 different strains, okay? Just to show it's not strain specific or something. What they're seeing is this cloud. Everything that is along this line, right, where the 2 are correlated, okay, if you have a scatter plot XY and you draw a line with a slope of 1, that's everything that if I have like an amplitude of 1 on one axis and 1 on the other one, I'll be right here, right? And so if I draw a line, that would mean this is perfect correlation. Along that line, whatever I see in Y, I see the same amount in the x-axis, okay? And they see that there's variation along this dimension here, right? And those are variations where the 2 promoters are acting the same, but there's still fluctuations, but they're behaving the same way at least. Everything that's this way means it's all completely stochastic, even though they're in the same cell, a single copy in the same chromosome, at the same time. They're still, the 2 genes are still being expressed differently, okay? And so this started a whole slew of papers that were all published in Nature, Cell, and Science, okay? Hundreds of them, where we started to all of a sudden realize that, oh my God, protein expression is not like what we thought. Here you're looking at a paper where they did stochastic protein expression in individual cells at the single molecule level. So they're measuring individual molecules of proteins, and they're seeing either I make some, and then I don't. See this burst? Like there used to be no protein, and all of a sudden there was 10 of them. And there was nothing, and then all of a sudden there was 20. So proteins are not expressed like this, like in this sort of regular way. It's more like popcorn or something. Like either it happens, and then there's a burst, and then it doesn't happen. Okay? And that just depends on the probability of the polymerase associating with that promoter long enough where you can get a transcription of mRNA. Sometimes it falls off, for example. The transcription factors can fall off. There's a probability of dissociation. This is called KD, right? It tells you about the rate or likelihood of something falling off, not just binding. And so all these things are random. And here they're counting. Look at this title. Protein gene expression in live cells, one protein molecule at a time. They're literally pushing the edge of scientific measurements, and they're counting one protein coming into life. Pink, pink, inside a cell. And each time they see it, you observe one of these little dots, these little lines shooting up. This is a count of a single protein being made in a cell. And they have long stretches where like nothing is made, and then some stretches where like a bunch of them are made. So there's a burst size and frequency in all these things. And something very shocking came out of these studies, which really threw off a lot of people that were doing like sequencing mRNAs and wanted to know how abundant proteins are, was this plot caused lots of problems. So they're looking here on the x-axis at the copy of mRNAs, and on the y-axis you have protein number. Okay? First of all, you see that there's far fewer numbers of mRNAs in the cell than there are proteins, right? On average, you guys see that we only have like 1, 2, 3, maybe 10. This is for bacteria, okay? They have like 10 for a given protein. That's the most that they've measured, okay? Maybe you can have some that are 11, 12, but that's it. So very few mRNAs. But then you make thousands of proteins. That's because when the mRNA associates with the ribosome, which is where the translation happens, that's a much more tight interaction, and usually there's many ribosomes right next to each other. So the mRNA go from ribosome to ribosome and ribosome. So with one copy of mRNA, you can make many proteins, okay? But now comes the shocking thing. If you look at the correlation in panel B at the bottom in yellow, what is the correlation of how much, if I measure the mRNA, can I tell you anything about how much protein you're going to make? Meaning if I tell you you have 8 copies of this mRNA, how many copies of the protein will you make? That's what this correlation coefficient will tell us. What is it centered on? That's a 0. With a tiny little shoulder on each side. So that means that you have a 0 chance, on average, of being able to predict how much protein will be expressed if I tell you how many mRNAs you have. Nobody shocked? You should be. You should say, what? But this is the fact. Okay? And the reason is because you're dealing with very low numbers of things. Now, if I overexpress something, meaning I put in there 100 or 1,000 copies of an mRNA molecule, yes, I'm going to dive into some real-world sort of examples, if you will, and we're going to talk about biofilms in just a few minutes. But I wanted to just quickly finish off this thought before we go full-blown biofilm, which was, so I just told you guys, right, that there's a lot of randomness. And some people refer to it as sort of noise, right? Which is not necessarily sort of the technically correct term. You call it stochasticity, but noise is very commonly used by engineers. Like you have like electrical noise and things like that, sort of just fluctuations. And so if everything is so noisy, so to speak, in biology, and I showed you that we can't even make very simple predictions because we're dealing with tiny volumes, very small numbers of molecules, right? How can a cell even survive, right? Meaning it can't be that everything is completely random, because then complete randomness and unpredictability is chaos. And chaos is sort of the opposite of life, which does have structure and order and some organization. So how can a cell cope with this problem of stochasticity, right? Does it have sort of, if you will, tricks that it uses? And I'm going to show you an image. This is an image, a version of an image that all of you have seen since you were children, almost, right? You started in for sure, middle school, high school. And it's an image you've seen many, many times, but I hope that when you look at it now, for the first time, you will see it from a different perspective, so to speak, with new eyes, okay? It's this. So we all know that cells have compartments, right? That's sort of a very obvious thing. You've all seen pictures like this. This is a eukaryotic cell. So you have like the mitochondria. You have, oh, sorry, this one, right? You have the nucleus and different organelles, right? Have you guys ever wondered why? why is the cell organized this way? Is it so that microbiologists can label things, right, for fun? Not really, right? So one of the important things that comes out of this spatial organization is actually the ability to reduce noise, meaning you can control probabilistic events. Okay? For example, if there was no nucleus and the DNA would be just all over, okay, and the transcription factors wouldn't be confined to the nucleus, and their import and export of certain transcription factors and other things were not regulated by the nucleopore complex and so forth, right? Then gene expression in a eukaryotic cell, which can be rather large, right, compared to bacteria especially, would be quite difficult because you would be dealing with very long distances. And if the cell, as we know, is very crowded for a transcription factor, and sometimes you have very few, even in eukaryotic cells, you have like 2, 3, to make it to the promoter, right? And the promoter is one sequence out of a billion sequences, right? It has to find this thing. It would take too long for the cell to execute certain functions. So one of the tricks that nature evolved to cope with stochasticity, and this is direct evidence of stochasticity in a way also, right, is that there's compartmentalization. So there's a structural regulation which brings together things, right? If I had 2 molecules and they're supposed to find each other in space, they're supposed to interact, right? And if they're just swimming around randomly, it could take a very long time for them to actually find each other and execute a reaction. But if I confine them, right, then it happens more quickly. For example, remember we saw that little simulation where we had these colored balls in a box? We had 100 and things were more sort of predictable. When we had 10, it seemed much more random. If I take the size of that box, what happens if I shrink it a lot to like, let's say, 1/5 or 1/10 of its volume, right? Now, even though I only have 10 of those balls, right, which is a very low number, because I shrank the volume, and if they're forced to be in that small region, then they have a much more likelihood of interacting. And then even with 10 of those balls, I would approximate, again, something that looks much more like what you had with 100 in a bigger box. And that's a concentration effect. How many molecules per unit volume, okay? And so this is, for example, we talked about the fruit fly. So the fruit fly is really tricky. I don't know if you guys were trying to sort of catch a fruit fly or something. Those things are fast, okay? They have the fastest signal transduction cascade we've ever measured in science, okay? So meaning by the time a photon hits the eye to the brain actually executing sort of a trigger to swing the degree of the wings flapping, etc., that signal can propagate from the eye to the brain and execute something in 2 milliseconds. Super fast, okay? And one of the ways that the fly is able to do this is by bringing together all the molecules that need to, by molecules called scaffolding proteins, we call them in biology. So these are proteins that serve exclusive purpose of literally holding on to this molecule and that molecule and binding them. And that allows them to be in closer proximity and makes it more likely for them to interact. Okay? So they're like herding the sheep, if you will. Okay? Otherwise they would just scatter and then like nothing would happen, right? And so biology has evolved specific mechanisms to overcome the stochasticity so that we all can be here today, so to speak. Okay? Without that, without these types of compartmentalization and localization, concentration effects, things would be too random for life to be successful, okay? But even though there's mechanisms to suppress stochasticity, bacteria in particular thrive with stochasticity, okay? Because they're so small and they're much simpler than their eukaryotic counterparts that they rely on stochasticity for executing a bunch of tricks. One of which was like, how can I make genetically identical cells do different things, right? And you will see that they also use it for energy conservation. This is not just for bacteria, by the way. Eukaryotic organisms do the same thing. I'll show you like a movie. You'll hopefully see it sort of more intuitively, okay? So this is a very simple chart that maybe some of you might remember from high school or something. you have sort of a chemical reaction. You have some kind of an energy well. So it's here. And then you try to get it over this energy barrier. And that's sort of a reaction that's supposed to happen, right? You guys have all been in laboratories, and you've all used Bunsen burners at some point in your life. Is that right? Anybody here who hasn't used a Bunsen burner? Yes, we have Bunsen burner experts, okay? So, do you guys know why we use a Bunsen burner? And then also, did you guys have a bucket of ice maybe next to it? No? Just fire? All right. Okay, that's one way of doing it. Some of you may also have had a bucket of ice, okay? Sometimes you put something with the Bunsen burner, you heat something up, and then you put it in the ice. Did anybody ever put sort of a chemical reaction on ice? Never? Sure, you said sure. What did you use ice for? Oh, okay. Very, very nice of you. Thank you. Thank you. A very friendly audience, yes, supportive. So, what would happen if you put something in ice? Something stops, it slows down, right? The temperature goes down. So what happens when you have a Bunsen burner? Do you guys know why we use Bunsen burners in chemistry? Sorry, what? Acceleration, right? So you're giving it energy, you're giving it heat. Heat equals energy. That allows you to get over this energy barrier, right? Now, what I'm going to tell you is that stochasticity can serve the function of the Bunsen burner. Okay? So without giving it heat, I can use stochasticity to overcome statistically this energy barrier without adding any additional heat. Okay? So it's sort of approximating what a Bunsen burner does in this type of a chemical reaction. Okay? So here, for example, this is HSP90. It's a heat shock protein. It's very important in many cancers and metabolic things. And here it's bound to ATP. In the middle of this protein is this ATP. And this is a very sort of realistic depiction of what actually life looks like at the molecular level. Okay? So you see it's not a static thing. Things are wiggling. That's some thermal energy, right? We're not at 0 Kelvin, right? Which everything would just completely stop, right? So here you see the protein is wiggling, and you see these little red things. That's water, okay? Those little guys, and we'll talk about water in a second. And you see this thing is in here, okay? And at some point it dissociates. This is the probability of this ATP dissociating. So it doesn't only bind, but it can unbind, right? Now, if you look at this, you understand the problem that I've been talking about, which is at this scale, if I just stop the movie at some point, right, and you hadn't seen it loop over and over again, nobody would know when this molecule might make its way out of this protein. Right? When would the ATP become sort of disassociated, free? It's difficult to predict, but it happens, right? But it's quite random, as you see, like meaning it wiggles around. It may have happened now. Nope, flipping around still. Nope, right? And all this flipping around, right, is sort of because there's thermal fluctuations. We're not at 0 Kelvin, right? So things are wiggling around, right? And then once in a while, this thing can get kicked out of there. So when it's being kicked out, there wasn't anybody like that came and kicked it out, or there wasn't like a Bunsen burner applied to it. It just happened. Because there's these stochastic fluctuations. Everything is wiggling, and it just happened to attain a conformation where the ATP could leave this molecule, dissociate. Cells, we have like these actin fibers and filaments that just highways that allow cargo to be transported. It's very important for neurons, because neurons have like these long stretched out dendrites, and sometimes those proteins that you make in the nucleus, which is very far from the synaptic interface, the synapse is where one neuron can signal to another, right? You have to transport these chemicals, this cargo, for very long distances, right? And so they literally have these cables, and there's molecules that literally walk, meaning they have 2 legs, and you'll see that movie if it plays again, right? But maybe you caught a glimpse, okay? And they walk, and they hold on to this cargo, and they walk along this fiber, and they can bring material and chemicals and molecules from one location to the other, okay? Now, when I walk, right, I'm expending energy, right? Like my brain is telling my legs and muscles to coordinate and move, right? It's voluntary. I'm doing something, okay? It's actually not as much energy as you would think, because I'm using gravity and sort of a pendulum swing, partly, okay, to minimize the energy, but it still requires some effort. Now, if this was happening at the molecular level, meaning I need to unbind this guy, move it forward, make it stick here, take my other one that's in the back, lift it off, move it forward, like force it to go forward, right? Because when I lift my leg up, if I'm at that molecular scale, my leg is just going to twitch, right? It's going to be like that molecule, okay? And so it's not going to go forward, okay? It's just going to twitch. So I have to like force it against entropy and force it to go forward and then stick down, lift the other one up, and then again force it to go forward, okay? That would require so much energy. And this process, by the way, also happens in your muscles. That if this was the only way to do it, meaning at the molecular level, you would have to apply energy against thermal fluctuations and move it forward, you each would have to eat like a chicken an hour just to sort of sit there. Okay? You would need so much energy. It would be incredible. You guys know that like your brain uses about 30% of all your energy, right? And a large chunk of the other part goes to maintaining your body temperature. But your brain, like 30%, okay? A lot of it is because you have to do all these metabolic activities and you have to move all this cargo and so forth, okay? And if we didn't have stochasticity to help us reduce the energy, you couldn't eat enough to maintain your metabolism or your functioning. Like you would, even if you eat constantly, it's just not enough energy, okay? So how can this molecule do it with less energy? Well, if I say instead of lifting it up and then forcing it and pushing it forward, okay, if I say I just lift it up, I let it wiggle, so I let stochasticity do its thing. And the only thing I do is if it's in the right place, I just clamp it down. Okay? That cuts down on energy consumption dramatically, okay? Because I don't have to force this leg to go forward against its will, so to speak, because thermal fluctuations would not want it to go in one direction. It would just be all over the place. So then I say, okay, let stochasticity do its thing. Let it wiggle. Okay? Let it do its thing. I just clamp it when it gets to a certain point. But I hope that at least you're seeing, you're sort of appreciating the fact that the stochasticity, the fluctuations there, act as sort of a Bunsen burner, right? They allow you to instead of forcing things against sort of the stochastic fluctuations, you let them happen, and then you just, when they're at the right place, you just clamp it down. And that turns out to be a much, much more energy efficient process than forcing things to go one way or the other. Right? So this is sort of an idealized way. See this guy walking? Isn't that cool? Right? See the legs? So this is actually how this motor protein looks like, okay? They're making it, for the sake of sort of this video, they're animating it like it's voluntarily moving forward. But actually, it's more like that previous thing that we saw where everything is jittering, okay? So this molecule would actually like jitter back and forth, but then when it gets in the right location, like here, it would clamp down, okay? So you don't have to, like, this is almost false, giving you the impression that it's moving it. Instead, it just unbinds in the back, wiggles around. At some point, it's going to be in the right location, and you just clamp it down, okay? And so now the question is, can bacteria also use stochasticity to drive cell fate decisions? So now we're going to talk about this bed hedging again, okay? So I wanted to show you an example from sort of, I teach medical students also, and when I teach medical students, we talk about like stem cell differentiation. And here's sort of a great example of stem cell differentiation. This is hematopoietic stem cell differentiation. So you start off with some stem cells, and then you make all of these different cell types, from red blood cells to macrophages to B cells and T cells. Okay, so they all derive from these progenitors. Okay, and what's interesting is that if you guys see, there's these splits, meaning the cells have to make decisions, so to speak. Okay. Now, I'm using the word decision as if the cell has like cognitive abilities, but just for the sake of this lecture, we're going to just use that sort of loose terminology, okay? So a cell can go either basically this route or that route. If it goes down here, then it's limited to these options, and then so forth, right? And this gives you the sense that it is very directional, very targeted, right? But turns out that recent work has shown that actually cells can go back, they can switch. So again, there's much more randomness than people had thought, right? And in hindsight, it makes sense. Why? Because you actually have to tune and change the distribution of these different cell types. They're not set in stone. In fact, they shouldn't be, right? For example, what if you cut yourself and you lose a certain amount of blood? you need to remake these, right? What if you have an infection? Well, maybe you need to have more macrophages or T cells, depending on what you're dealing with, right? So it's not like a static sort of one solution that you need, but you need something where you can have different cell types and change the distribution of the different cell types, okay? Again, this is one of those problems where it is possible to write a code and make it do that, but it would be so much more complicated. It's the same problem that you had with the fly eye, right? It's much better to actually let a little bit of randomness do things, and then you just shift the bias. It's easier to shift distributions a little bit to the left and to the right than rewriting sort of a fixed code, okay? And if you guys want, I can give you like a 1-minute fun, it's actually not funny, but sort of an interesting thing from the military. So I have a lot of family in the military, and some of them are like Rangers and Green Berets and stuff, so I hear all these fun stories, okay? So there was an American fighter jet, okay, that was trying to evade a Russian fighter jet over Syria, okay? And they had sort of these anti-missile technologies that they were using, okay? And then the situation changed, and actually the American fighter jet was trying to shoot down the Russian, okay? And the Russian deployed its flares to distract sort of the rocket finding its target. And the American jet was carrying one of the latest technology, like, you know, the Pentagon was like super proud of this thing, okay? And it failed, okay? It didn't do its job. It actually got distracted by these flares, and it didn't work. Turns out the reason is because when this plane-to-plane rocket was developed, okay, they used American flares as a training for the computer to figure out what's the flare, what's not the flare. And turns out our flares are very uniformly distributed of equal size and certain brightness, and they overtrained basically that sort of rocket to be very, very perfectly accurate at that thing. But the moment you changed the brightness and size distribution, which apparently the Russian one was much more sort of a little bit more chaotic, it had a problem, okay? Because it was overtrained on one specific single solution, okay? It's like if you're an athlete and you train only sort of one discipline and you're really good at it, and then somebody tells you, okay, now you're going to box. You trained, I mean, you're physically trained, but you're not ready for that, right? So the same problem happens in nature, right? If you become too specialized, too perfect in terms of surviving under one specific condition, what if that condition changes, right? That would put you at great disadvantage, and then it might take you a long time to sort of readjust to a different condition. The opposite would be if you're sort of a generalist, meaning you're really not good at any particular thing, but you're just good on average, okay? Now, that might be great, but if conditions are really just sort of one type, then you wouldn't do that well. Other organisms that are specializing at that thing would do better, right? So you don't want to be in either camp. You want to have some flexibility. And stochasticity, this randomness, this ability to do things in terms of, think about it in terms of distributions rather than a single fixed solution. That's sort of what allows cells to do this. That's very critical for evolution and perhaps even the origin of life, okay? So here, the reason why I'm showing you this is because bacteria can do something very similar. Now we're going to dive into biofilms, okay? So this is Bacillus subtilis, one of our favorite organisms, right, this bacteria. And when you stress it, it can do a bunch of different things. It can become competent for extracellular DNA uptake, which I'm trying to illustrate here so that DNA can get into the cell. It's an active process. There's 140 genes involved. A machine assembles. It physically drags the DNA inside, splits it into single-stranded DNA, and all kinds of stuff happens, okay? So it's a programmed thing. Then there's biofilm formation, which is also essentially a stress response, okay? When everything is happy, the cells are actually not trying to necessarily form a biofilm, okay? But most conditions are not this perfect, LB shaking like 37 degrees in the shaker in the lab. And so biofilm formation is much, much more prevalent because of that, okay? But they have other things. They can do metabolic changes. The cells can change their metabolism, okay? And that can be critical. For example, if you want to, there's these things called like persister cells and so forth where people add antibiotics, and some cells, they're just not affected. And turns out it's not a response to the antibiotic. Those cells were already different before you even added the antibiotic. And one of the ways that they're different is they're metabolic state just stochastically was in a different state where that particular drug had a very sort of minor effect on it. Because if I'm not using the process that the drug is inhibiting, then who cares? Right? If you're trying to inhibit cell wall replication, I'm not replicating. You can add as much as you want. I'm not doing anything. Okay? Now another one is sporulation. It's these white things. And those things can survive literally for thousands of years. Okay? And all of a sudden, they can pop back into existence. We have no clue how that can happen so rapidly. It involves no gene expression, right? And a bunch of these things actually do not necessarily require gene expression. That's why genetics is great. We learn a lot, but it doesn't explain many processes, okay? Because things happen at a much faster time scale. Gene expression takes at least 15 minutes for some transcription factor to bind. You make an mRNA, has to be translated, that protein has to be folded, and has to go somewhere and do something. That takes time. And some processes don't have the luxury of that time, okay? Motility happens. I'll show you a movie a little bit later on, real-time movie of how fast these bacteria can swim. It's incredible, okay? And so the problem is this thing up here, antibiotic resistance. At this level, cells, we can kill them, okay? But the moment they're on this right-hand side, they've developed a whole arsenal of things where they can tolerate amazing amounts of antibiotics, okay? And that's because bacteria are not new to antibiotics. You guys all know where antibiotics came from bacteria, right? That's how we actually even discovered that there's these antibiotics, is when we realized that there's bacteria that secrete things that kill like fungi and other things. So bacteria are no stranger to chemical warfare or biochemical warfare. They're experts. They're the ones who invented it, like 3 billion years ago almost, right? So then it shouldn't be shocking to us to see that bacteria have all these tricks up their sleeves. And the problem is, we're all studying this. We're not studying that. Okay? And let me show you how amazing this looks. These are all genetically identical cells that started from that 4 or 5 cells. Within a few hours, if you stress them, they do all this bed hedging. This is bed hedging. Some have placed their bets that spores are the best condition. There's a cost and a benefit. That's why not all cells are spores. Because if you're in that spore state, you actually have some deficiencies too. For example, you're not growing. You're stuck. Okay? You build a little bomb shelter and you go in your little bomb shelter and you stay there. And you don't know, maybe life goes on great and you're missing your favorite Game of Thrones episode or something, right? These cells are still replicating, so they're betting that conditions might improve. Who cares? I'm just going to keep going and then I'll take over the population. These cells are trying to take up DNA. Yeah.
Help me get my head around. You're saying this randomness in this is almost like a law of nature almost, then, isn't it?
It's a statistical distribution of sort of cell fates to sort of match a statistical distribution of potential outcomes in the environment. Under some conditions, this cell is going to do great. But we don't know if that condition is going to actually happen or not. But we know, we meaning the cells, have experienced this over billions of years, so that there's a probability by which they expect certain cell types to have a chance. Because this game, this roulette game, has been played over and over and over and over again.
But these cells have no actual control or, say, prior knowledge about this. It seems like it's built into the state of nature.
That's right. So I can tell you, like, this is actually, in a funny way, it is actually genetically encoded. It is genetically encoded in the sense that, I'll show you in a second. If you don't mind, I'm going to show you exactly how, for example, we're going to dive into this guy, because this is interesting, because only 5% of cells do it. And you can take any cell here, grow it up, redo the experiment, 5% of those offsprings are going to do it, okay? So it's somehow a biased 5% thing that's been encoded in there, okay? It's reproducible. So it's not random in the sense that, oh, maybe it's 50% next time and sometimes it never happens. No, it's always 5% of cells do it. So I'll show you. I'll show you in a second. So again, I'm just going to simplify it. So a lot of cells, as you can see, form spores, and this tiny fraction, right, goes into the state where they can take up extracellular DNA. And you guys can all imagine how taking up some genes could be bad, there's actually a chance that you take up a gene that's not good for you. Okay, it could be a virus, could be a phage or something. But it could also allow you to overcome something if it's some, like, for example, some kind of antibiotic resistance favoring gene. Okay? And these bacteria only do this kind of stuff when they're stressed, meaning they're like, things are not good anyway, might as well try some things, okay? Like, clearly what I'm doing is not working. So, how are they going to do it? First, I'm going to show you how beautiful this looks, okay? So in green, we're using fluorescent labels to indicate the cells that are just replicating, and some of them are going to form spores. And in the middle, you're going to see there's going to be a cell that just pops into this competent cell phase. Right in the middle. Keep your eye there. Boom, it happened. Okay, again, this is going to loop. It's genetically identical cells. Oh, or it didn't loop. Manual looping right here. Okay? Look, these are all genetically identical cells. They're actually related. They're right next to each other. There's no like microenvironmental difference between one cell on the left and one cell on the right. Moreover, if you see this cell actually divides, one cell becomes competent, the other one doesn't. Those are sister cells, meaning up until that division, they had the same cytoplasm, the same history. They're clones, genetically, and they experience everything exactly the same until that moment, and boom, one goes totally the other way. Okay? And chooses a completely different cell fate. So these cells are literally playing dice, right? And one of them just goes the other way, adapts a different cell fate. Did you have a question?
At what point can you tell whether it's random versus just because we don't know enough knowledge that if you had a bigger picture or you had enough time that you could see a pattern, maybe it takes a long time, and then you can assign cause to it. But because we don't have enough knowledge, we don't have enough time to see a pattern, we're assigning it as random, but it may not be.
Right. That's an excellent question. Okay, so the question, just to repeat it out loud, right, is at what point can we call something random, and at what point can we say we just haven't measured enough about it, let's say, right? And so turns out that, yes, at some point, like if I were to look at like a few milliseconds before the switch happens, I would actually see that there was a transcription factor that by chance bound a gene that expressed itself. So you have something called a positive feedback loop. So you make more of this transcription factor. Now you increase the number of those transcription factors in the cell, making it more likely that you're going to keep expressing this gene. So it's self-expressing itself, okay? And if I were to see that at the molecular level, if I shrink myself down and I see it a few seconds before, but not more, because otherwise it's still swimming around. Like it's like the problem with the HSP, the ATP. I don't know. But at some very short time scale, I could predict it with some high probability. But turns out that, so the answer is yes, you could do some prediction at a very short time scale and very high resolution, if I like zoom in, right? But from a biological perspective, that is such a short time scale and such high molecular resolution that for the cell, you have to think about it not from the perspective of that promoter or that molecule, but from the cell. For the cell, it is still random. Does that make sense? Because the cell has to cope with a time scale of minutes and hours, right? And so it still is sort of a random thing, even though if we zoomed in just a fraction before it happens, you could see it. Just like with earthquake predictions. Nobody knows when the next earthquake is going to hit. It's going to hit. Believe me, one is coming. No one knows when, right? But just before it happens, we sometimes get actually like the last 10 minutes or so, people start seeing something, right? But it's 10 minutes, meaning it doesn't help me now. All I know is not happening in the next 10 minutes. But is it going to happen tomorrow or 10 years from now? Random. Does that make sense? So if you're going to buy a house, would you buy it or not buy it based on that? Right? So there's this dice being thrown, and cells go this way and that way. So now I'm going to, don't worry about the math. Okay, I'll break it down. Okay, I just wanted to show you how it actually works. Like for one instance, to sort of get back to Gary's thing, this is genetically encoded. It is completely mathematically deducible. So we actually understand it, okay? To the degree that we can mathematically describe it, okay? So all you're dealing with, here, I'll go over here, okay? I feel like I'm neglecting the audience on the right. Can you guys all see me? Okay, if I go here though, you can't, right? So I should stay in. Is it easier if I point? on this screen or that? This screen? Okay, can you guys see it over there? Okay, let me know. No, I love the right-hand side there. They're great. Okay, so this is what's happening, okay? It's very cool. So there's a gene. Forget the name, okay? That gene, if you express it, it makes a protein called COMK. It doesn't matter what the name is, okay? But what matters is that is a transcription factor. It can bind its own promoter. So if by chance, if this happens where like you have, normally there's very little of this molecule, like very little. But once in a while, one of these molecules can bind its own promoter. When it does, it makes more mRNA, lots of mRNA. And then it makes more protein. Now you have more COMK. If you have more of this molecule, there's a higher likelihood that it will bind its own promoter again, right? Because you're increasing the concentration. So you're making it more likely that this transcription factor is going to bind its promoter. When it does so, it's going to make even more protein. Okay? So you're stuck in this, what's called a positive feedback loop. Okay? So you make more and more and more and more and more. And the trigger is this initial stochastic binding of this transcription factor to its promoter. Once that happens, the genetic circuit is encoded such that will just amplify that. So in fact, it's amplifying that sort of little blimp. Okay? This is also what happens in neurons, and we'll talk about it. Okay? In your brain, your ion channels are flickering all the time, even when you're sleeping, right? And if you have just enough of them open to change the membrane potential just enough, you bias the other ion channels from opening, and then all of a sudden you change your membrane potential a lot, and more ion channels open. It's just like this flood. That's called an action potential. Okay? So it's a very similar process, and I'll show you mathematically it's identical to that process, which is really cool. So you have this positive feedback loop, and that's the trigger for one cell going in. Then you have this whole other thing on the right-hand side, which is how you get out. Because if I play that movie again, if you guys remember, the cell turned red, but then it turned back green again, right? Because you don't want to be stuck in that state. The cell doesn't want to be stuck in that state where it just is like waiting for DNA to come. It wants to be in that state for a certain period of time and then get out of it. Because while it's in that state, it can't replicate its chromosome. It's basically subject to phage attack and can have all kinds of other problems because it stops chromosome replication, which can deteriorate your genetics, okay? So it's a dangerous state to be in. So it goes in there, stays for a while, and then comes back out, okay? And how long you stay in there is also variable. And that's because this circuit here, I call it a circuit trying to draw an analogy to sort of electronics almost, right? Because in electronics, this is how you would build something known as an excitable system, and I'll talk about it, okay? So it's basically a positive and negative feedback loop, because this is negative. If you add them all up, you'll come up with a negative term, okay? And we can write simple equations where we say how dk over dt. So this is like a tribute to Newton, right? So these are differential equations. Don't worry, I'm not going to go through the math. But suffice it to say that I'm looking at the change in k and the change in s. This determines the cells turning on competence, getting into the competence state, and this determines them getting out. Okay? How much these molecules change as a function of time tells me what's going to happen in the system. Okay? And I can take these, and these equations literally describe these interactions. It's a reduced form, but that's all they're doing. Okay? You have, in these equations, if I just simplify it, you have something that's a positive term, that's production of k, and then you have degradation of k. Here the same, production of S and degradation of S. Okay? And then now I can basically write mathematical, once I have this mathematical framework, I can do something really cool, which is I can simulate the system. I can say, what happens next in time? Because these are differential equations, so I can predict the future mathematically. I can play a game. If I play the game, it looks like this. I would draw on my y-axis the concentration of S, comma S, this is this, which is this side, okay? And on the x-axis, I'm drawing the concentration of COMK, which is the transcription factor that like turns on all the competence machinery. This is, forget the green and blue things, okay? If anybody's interested, I can tell you later exactly what they are. They're called null clients. That's where if you take the derivative, it's equal to 0. So that means it's like a steady state kind of thing, okay? But I don't want to get in, I don't want to confuse you guys too much before lunch. Okay, but this is easy to understand. If you're on the right-hand side of this plot, you're in a competence state. That corresponds to competence because you have high COMK. And this transcription factor will express all these other genes, not just itself, but all the other genes you need for taking up DNA, like that machinery that sucks up DNA from the environment and then integrates it into the chromosome and things like that, okay? So if I'm on the right-hand side, I am competent. If I'm on the left-hand side, I'm sort of a vegetative state, meaning I'm just replicating, not incompetent, okay? And now what I do in my equations, these are deterministic equations, so they're not stochastic equations. But I add this little term here, which is noise. So I add by hand some stochasticity. That's my Bunsen burner. I say some of these parameters here, and I can add it anywhere. Instead of having a single value, like instead of saying this BS here, not necessarily BS for bullshit, but you know what I mean. B sub S is actually like the strength of the feedback interaction, okay? If instead of saying it's a number 10, like that's the parameter value, I say it's 10, but I'm sampling from a distribution of values from 5 to 15 with some probability that 10 is like the mean, but some other numbers are also possible, okay? So I don't say it's just one value, but I'm saying it can have fluctuations, so it can be 5, maybe 15, maybe 11, maybe 12, okay? And then I can just simulate what happens. And what I do is I start here on the left. See this black dot? Okay? That's my starting point. So that means that that's where the cell is not in the competent state. And let's see what happens. It's wiggling around. Whoop! What happened? Okay? So it's wiggling around here because this is the state at which it's stable, okay? That's sort of it spends a lot of time here. That's like that energy well. Do you guys remember the diagram we had with the energy well? Okay? So the vegetative state is over here. And this is much less accessible because it requires some energy to get to it, okay? And so just like we had in the Bunsen burner case, here the stochasticity is flickering this thing around. And once in a while, it flickers it around enough where it can actually go to the right. And when it goes to the right, it means it's in the competent state because I have lots of COM-K. But then there's nowhere for it to settle down because I don't have an ice bucket to freeze it in here. So it comes back. Okay, it goes up here, it wiggles around, but then it's going to fall back down. So here's a lot of noise. So it's flickering around literally like this. And once now it's high enough where it can make it here, it can stay here a little bit, but it still wiggles here, so it's going to fall back because this is sort of the overall energy minimum in the system. Okay? And so that's how we can actually perfectly understand how this works. Okay? This is the molecular mechanism, the mathematical description of how that movie is understandable, where you have a cell that all of a sudden makes a stochastic transition to being competent, stays in that region for a while, but not forever, and then comes back. Okay? So that's really cool that we can understand this so clearly, at least mathematically. And we have to thank this gentleman here. He was, I believe, knighted. So that would be Sir John Harington. He was born, in 1596 is when he made this invention. Okay? And the invention is not competence in Bacillus subtilis, but something else that he invented for Queen Elizabeth I. She was like, if you talk about like female rulers, she's like way up there, right? She ruled over her kingdom for 30 years with peace and prosperity, okay? Awesome lady. And she was tired of, back in the day, how do I say it politely, of pooping in a hole, okay? Which is what happened. So Sir John Harington invented the toilet, okay? And so why am I showing you guys the toilet? Turns out that mathematically speaking, the toilet is the same thing as an action potential, is the same thing as bacterial competence. That's why we do mathematics in biology now, more and more. And that's why we do it in physics. Because we can understand concepts independent of what it's doing in terms of details, right? A toilet is very different than a Bacillus subtilis cell becoming competent or an action potential firing in your brain. But I can tell you that both systems share the same feature, the essence. I can see the essence of what makes the system work. And I'm not distracted by whether or not it's a toilet or it's a bacteria. How does it work? Imagine this competence thing, but now in terms of a toilet, okay? So there's a handle, right? If I jiggle the handle, that's my stochasticity. That's your Bunsen burner. once in a while, if I just keep jiggling it, imagine I have like a 3-year-old, so just put the 3-year-old in the bathroom, that'll happen, okay? At some point, it'll jiggle, and then if it crosses that threshold where you're going to open this valve, okay, it triggers a process where this entire tank will fill, okay? And there's no way to stop it halfway, because once you pull that, it stays up. There's a mechanism to keep it up. That's a positive feedback loop, okay? It will, and the process will be such that this entire tank will be empty. Then this thing will flush, and then the system will reset, meaning go back to its original resting state, and the tank will fill back up. It will look exactly like this. It'll go, the tank will empty, you'll flush your stuff, and then the tank will fill back up, and boom, resting state, okay? And if you have a problem with your plumbing in your toilet, sometimes they do this. Right? They keep like, you hear the tank like keeps filling periodically. Anybody had that in a hotel and at home? It's because this is an excitable system. If you tweak parameters, they can oscillate. All excitable systems can oscillate, and that's what happens in your toilet if there's a problem with one of your valves. And it happens in your neurons. Neurons sometimes have action potentials, but they can also have trains, oscillations, okay? And these dynamic behaviors are all related, and we can understand conceptually what goes on in bacteria, in toilets, and action potentials through the power of sort of mathematics, okay? And that's very powerful, because you can really distill the essence of why and how it works without any sort of attention to the details. Now, this is sort of then bacterial decision-making, right? It's sort of flushing the toilet, so to speak. And because it happens this way, we can really understand that this is an excitable system. And as I mentioned, neurons, that's all they do. They're an excitable system, okay? Excitable systems, you can think of them as the following. There is some threshold. If you make it above the threshold, you're going to trigger this process. It can be an action potential, it can be flushing the toilet, or becoming competent, okay? But typically, you're below the threshold, but you're not flat. There's always some, like in this case, there's always some ion channels that are opening. Because remember, we saw that even if I try to keep an ion channel closed, it will flicker. And by chance, if enough ion channels are opening at the same time, I'm going to make it over that threshold. If I make it over that threshold, that means in the case of this neuron, that the membrane potential will be changed sufficiently to influence the open-close probability of other ion channels. Because ion channels have a domain that is membrane potential sensitive. So depending on the membrane potential, and the membrane potential is an electrochemical gradient of charges separated across the membrane, okay? According to that, they will open their ion channels. And you guys all know this because that's when your patients go, ah! Right? The pain, that's ion channels opening, right? All these chemicals that we use to make certain dental procedures easier, guess what they do? What do they bind? They bind ion channels? Yeah, lots of them bind ion channels, right? So that's sort of amazing that we can bring all these sort of things that seem very different topics, we can bring them all together conceptually, okay? So now I'm going to switch to how we can go from this to biofilms. Okay, so we talked about decision making and this bed hedging, okay? And I just want to tell you that a lot of biology we actually know from microbiology, right? Like metabolism. This is like one of those like horrible things, right? I hate metabolism, although I study it, right? It's just, I hate it because of this, right? And this is actually a completely bad way of looking at metabolism, but you'll find it in textbooks. You'll find it like some pharmaceutical companies will give you a poster of this even, like they're proud of it, okay? And so we learned a lot about metabolism by studying bacteria because those were the first biological organisms that were accessible for experiments. Now, here's a piece of information that you may or may not know. We actually learned a lot about neuroscience from bacteria because neuroscience, the main players in your brain are ion channels, as you all know. They're responsible for pain, for whatever, okay? And the ion channels, to understand how they work, because they're amazing structures. They can select for certain ions but not others, okay? We need to obtain a what's known as a crystal structure, like a three-dimensional structure of these ion channels to understand how they work. And we got those from bacteria, not from eukaryotic cells, certainly not mammalian cells. Okay? So a lot of drugs that you guys are using, prescribing, they're based on structures of ion channels from bacteria. Did you guys know that? Right? So you're actually prescribing bacterial ion channel drugs to your patients. And it works because these ion channels are super conserved. Okay? Because physically they have to do the same trick whether or not they're in a bacteria or they're in a neuron. Okay? And that's the reason why it works. But, you know, there's lots of other things that we're going to talk about in a little bit about this electrical signaling, which is really weird, okay? But before we get there, I pointed out that we know so little about sort of biofilms and why they're antibiotic resistant, right? And I just wanted to point out that there's no intellectual reason. It's purely historical, okay? It's like your parents used to go to this restaurant, so you have an affinity for it or something, okay? Like there's no like rational reasoning for it, okay? And one of the reasons is because of history. Okay, this is Antony von Leeuwenhoek, okay? He's the guy who saw, he's the first person in the world to see a bacteria. He developed the microscope, okay? That's his actual original drawings from his notebook. And these are original drawings that he drew of the creatures that he looked at. Microorganisms, okay? He's the first person to do basically microbiology, okay? This was crazy, right? This guy looked at a drop of water that he isolated from a pond and saw all these tiny creatures swimming in it. It's like a whole new universe opened up to humanity, okay? And that was the problem. He used a drop of liquid from a pond. So since then, we were biased of thinking at microorganisms, these, especially bacteria, as these things swimming in the water by themselves, okay? And that really like influenced everybody's thinking. The same thing happened in neuroscience, and I can tell you if you want, but you guys, for example, hear of the expression, we're only using 10% of our brain. Anybody hear this? What does it mean? Does it mean we could be so much smarter, but why? Where does it even come from? Do you guys know? Do you guys believe it? You said no. You're saying I'm going 100% here. Sounds like a Hollywood idea. You believe it. Why do you believe it?
Because we have almost an infinite amount of potential ability that we never use.
So you're actually not correct, and you're kind of not correct either, okay? So the good news is there's no really like horrible answer, but sorry, somebody said something. That's true. You can't have every neuron firing at once, right? So you need some kind of coordination, okay? But I'll tell you where this originates from. So there was Ramon Cajal is the person. He was Spanish, okay? I'm from an area of Spain, okay? And he was the first to draw neurons. He figured out a way to stain neurons, and his original illustrations are like priceless, okay? And he got a Nobel Prize in 1905 or something, if I'm not mistaken, for the discovery of neurons, okay? And he discovered neurons by using the stain where he could see them, and he would draw these beautiful, incredible illustrations. I might be able to find you guys some if you want to see it later, okay? And that was the beginning of neuroscience, okay? And they also noticed that there was these other cells, and they called them glia cells, okay? And in that glia means glue, okay? So that sort of, they thought these other cells are holding the neurons kind of like where they're supposed to be, okay? And turns out like about 10 to 20% of cells in your brain are neurons. The rest is glia cells, okay? And so people were like, oh, if we had 100% neurons, we could do all this crazy stuff, okay? And that's how neuroscience was sort of really biased in the sense that everybody started studying neurons, because you'd be an idiot. Were you going to go up against Cajal, who won a Nobel Prize, right? And so people completely ignored glia cells and their function up until like the 1970s, 80s, okay? Only now are we understanding that there's actually a metabolic critical function to glia cells that appears to be very important for in IQ, behavior, all kinds of diseases. Nobody's touched it. Okay? It's super recent, given how long we've been studying neurons. Purely historical, no rational reasoning. Okay? Same thing here. This guy looks at a drop, sees a few creatures washing around, changes everybody's thinking, but also biases everybody's thinking, right? Into thinking about bacteria as these things that you can study in liquid culture. And that's how like most of bacterial microbiology research is done. Under this condition, it's LB in a flask, okay? And hey, you can extract a ton of knowledge. As I said, we got that really spaghetti soup of metabolic interactions from that thing. We were able to extract all kinds of interactions. The central dogma, transcription, translation, all that stuff, you can get it from studying bacteria here, okay? Because you can grow lots, and you can isolate them, you can purify proteins, you can sequence, you can do all this nice stuff because they're so well behaved. It's a nice liquid thing. Liquids are great for doing experiments, okay? But that would give it the impression that bacteria, like these guys, they're just sort of sitting on an island by themselves or swimming in the pool. But we know that they're in these crowded environments in nature, okay? And so studying bacteria in this context is great for certain questions. But it's missing one of the main contexts that you guys are all interested in, which is biofilms. We have not been studying bacteria here in this state, okay? Because having bacteria in this biofilm state turns out is very nasty for doing biochemistry. And so people, in fact, tried to get rid of them. We use domesticated bacteria in laboratories. We don't use undomesticated things. You know how there's like domesticated cows and dogs are domesticated, right? I mean, dogs is especially sad. I mean, they used to be wolves. Look at them now, right? Anybody who has a problem with understanding evolution, just look at a chihuahua. Okay, we did that in just like a tiny fraction of time. That used to be a wolf. It's really sad. Okay? And so in the lab, we have something similar. We have bacteria that we domesticated because it's much easier to get a mini prep and get DNA out of this thing and make biochemical things than using biofilms that are undomesticated bacteria, which are sticky, they're like gooey. You can't extract DNA easily, you can't grow them nicely, they stick to stuff. It's horrible, it's a mess. Okay? So people would literally expose bacteria that they would isolate to radiation and other things and find ones that wouldn't form these biofilms. And then we would label them like K12, blah, 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 36, whatever, okay? And those would be specific strains, and then that's what we would study. The equivalent of that is HeLa cells. There's a beautiful story, you guys there's even a movie and stuff about HeLa cells, right? Same thing. You get it from it's cells, easier to work with, let's do that. Does it really represent cancer in general or what would happen in other people, in other cell types? No, right? But that's okay. You can still make progress, but I'm just saying, you have to understand the cost that comes with that progress. So, domesticated versus undomesticated, right? So that's really very important to understand. This is Phil Dunphy from Modern Family. Okay, not everybody is from the US, but some of you might know, so he's a very nice sort of domesticated person, I would say, right? A very good family man. And I spend most of my life in Texas, so if you think about undomesticated, this would be sort of your undomesticated bacteria, okay? And this is actually not that far off, minus the tan maybe, it's right? But because these types of undomesticated bacteria, like Chuck Norris, they're here to kick ass, okay? They are the ones that have an arsenal of antibiotics. They're very tough, very resilient, okay? Difficult to kill, especially in movies. They always come back, okay? Just like biofilms. Okay? And you apply antibiotic, these guys, boom. These guys, like nothing happened, okay? So, how are they so resilient? What's going on? To understand this, we need to understand how can you go from something that's more or less harmless in the sense that we can kill you and we can control you, at least in some degree, not like control you perfectly, but you know, to something where we have like almost no control over you, right? What is the transition? And again, we looked at stochasticity and we understood that cells at the single cell level do weird things. But now there's a new problem. What happens when you have a bunch of these things together? Is it just a collection of bacteria and I can use sort of an equivalent of Boyle's law. Like, remember we talked about this room of gas, that we can make some statistical predictions even though we can't understand each particle colliding when and where, right? Is there some average, right? Can we do that? No, because the individuals are not all the same. There's no average behavior. There's no average interaction, okay? So it falls into a different category of behavior, which is something called emergent behavior, okay? And that's going to be the second theme. So what goes on inside biofilms? And I'm going to show you that there's tons of new biology that we didn't know about until like a few years ago. Not even 15 years ago. I'm literally saying like 3 years ago, okay? So what is emergent behavior first? Let me give you a couple of examples. This is a neuron, okay? It's the basic unit of your brain. The glia cells, hidden, right? They do stuff too. But even if you say the neurons are the key thing, right? Can you guys think with a neuron? Like with one? No, right? Good luck, okay? What about this situation? Now, you have many neurons. So a brain only works because you have many, many neurons that interact with each other. So the ability to think, the ability to have, sense things, rational thinking, emotions, all that stuff, right, emerges because you have interactions between neurons. So it's a collective emergent phenomenon. It's emergent in the sense that it emerges once you have enough of those units that interact. If you have one, again, it doesn't matter how many action potentials it's going to create. You can't form a thought. You can't compute something. 2, no. 3, no. 4, no. Well, there's some number at which you can now all of a sudden start performing complex behaviors and computations, okay? And when you cross that threshold, we say some new behavior emerges that somehow is still encoded at the level of the individual. It's not like the individual didn't have something that allowed it to do, but it doesn't become apparent unless you're in that context with other neurons. And that's called emergent behavior, okay? Here's a simple example. This is dihydrogen oxide, also known as water. H2O, right? This is your O, these are your two H's, okay? Now this molecule, if I were to look at it at this temperature, it would wiggle around like that HSP90 that we saw, right? It would just wiggle around. Now if I look at this molecule with like this resolution, I can literally see it, okay? And I would take it from, let's say, plus 4 degrees to minus 4 degrees Celsius. What would happen to this water molecule? You guys think it would freeze? No. Sorry, what? Slow down. Who said that? Who? Raise your hand. It's okay. It was the right answer. Yes. So why do you think it would slow down? What does it mean to slow down?
The covalent bonds would shrink. The electrons would condense around the proton masses.
Not quite. Not from minus 4 to 4 degrees. Right? The bond length stays the same, but will it vibrate a little bit less? Right? Because I took away a little bit of thermal energy. So it would actually not vibrate as much. But would it freeze? No. Freezing would be like, for this thing to freeze, you would have to go to minus, 270 something Kelvin, right? Absolute zero. Okay? So it would still wiggle. So all you would see when you go from plus 4 degrees to minus 4 degrees would be a little bit, tiny bit less wiggling of this molecule. That's all you would see. But you guys said freeze, right? So there's still something that you guys know from everyday intuition that if you have water, it freezes during that temperature change. But that's because it's not one, it's many. What happens when you go from liquid to ice is that instead of having interactions that are forming and breaking all the time, and these water molecules, it's liquid means the atoms are free to move, okay, because they're wiggling just enough where they're not forming a permanent structure. When you cool it down at that critical temperature, these hydrogen bonding patterns start to stabilize just because I reduced the wiggling a little bit. And you form a three-dimensional crystal structure, which is ice, a solid. So you have a liquid to solid transition. Now, it's encoded at the level of a water molecule in the sense that these are the ways in which you can interact with other water molecules is through your hydrogen bonding pattern, okay? But again, you wouldn't see freezing. You wouldn't see sort of a state change. It wouldn't go from liquid to solid. It would just be vibrating a little bit more or less if it's one water molecule. But when you have many, many, many that can interact, then you see liquid to ice. Does that make sense? That's an emergent phenomenon in the sense that you can only see liquid to ice if you have many water molecules. You can't see it with one water molecule. Okay? And that is the key to understanding biofilms. You can't understand a biofilm if you just study a single bacteria or you study a bacteria in a liquid culture. They may give you hints, like the slight decreasing in the wiggling of this water molecule, but you would never make that connection. It wouldn't be apparent to you at all. Okay? So, there's something that is new behavior that emerges in biofilms that you can't understand if you look at just these other cells. That's step number one, right? Meaning all those antibiotics, right, that you think you're giving and they have a EC50, so some kind of effective concentration of killing, where half the population of bacteria is supposed to die. Guess what? They're all acquired at like situations like this or with flasks. Those are numbers given to you by people who did the experiments under the wrong conditions. They don't apply to biofilms. Okay? So, can we understand what happens? Can we understand how you go from these bacteria to this? You guys see, first of all, this is like amazingly different looking, right? You can see it by eye. I could give a talk on like an hour of just like what this even is and how does it form, okay? And then there's the counter question is when bacteria are in the state, what is different about them, right? Like if we think about the water example, I'm saying, so what is this kind of equivalent in terms of biofilms? I'm not trying to imply that they're going to be in some three-dimensional crystal structure, but there's something new that they're doing which we don't understand, right? So, in a biofilm, one of the key things, because you have emergent behavior, what is the common theme of emergent behavior? Just like with water molecules, it's the interaction between water molecules that gives rise to liquid to ice transition. In your brain, it's the interaction between different neurons that allows you to execute a computation or think, right? In the biofilm, it's the interaction between bacteria that allows the bacterial biofilm to form. Have you guys heard of quorum sensing? Of course, right? Some of you, maybe not. It's a chemical means for... Oh yeah, Bonnie. I love Bonnie, right? So Bonnie is one of the pioneers of quorum sensing, right? And it's a way by which bacteria can tell, for example, how many other bacteria are around. Each bacteria secretes some stuff, and if there's many, you have a higher concentration, and the cells will detect that there's more of this chemical that gives them sort of a cue that there's more bacteria around, okay? Quorum sensing is very important in the formation of biofilms. But once the biofilm forms, is quorum sensing still important? Unclear. But it is possible it actually doesn't play a role anymore, because once you're in a biofilm state, your concentration doesn't change. And quorum sensing, by definition, is a concentration-dependent process. Okay? It senses concentration differences. The concentration doesn't change. What is it going to do? Right? And the concentration doesn't change in a biofilm because they're packed as solid as can be. Remember this picture? Look at that. This is like a little bit of a slice of a Bacillus subtilis biofilm. There's no more. This is like Manhattan. Like there's no more. You can't put more stuff in there. Okay? This is Luigi Galvani. I love going back at the history of science. You really learn a lot. Okay? This is one of my, again, I have a list of scientists that I really like. He's definitely up there. Please look at this painting, which is an original painting. You can find it in Italy. Okay? What is he doing? He's doing an experiment with a frog. Look at the bottom of the painting. Do you guys notice something strange about the frog? Is it kind of missing a critical component? Like the torso and head? Right. Could we say this frog is probably not alive? It's probably been sitting there because he's posing for a portrait with oil. Okay? Safe to assume this is a dead frog? What's he doing? This is an electrode. He has two electrodes sticking into the there's this sort of, this region of the frog. And then when he touches this, he actually completes a circuit. And these frog legs will do what? They will twitch, right? Look at the date. Guess what happened? People freaked out. Okay, like literally. People thought that he was like Satan or like something like, right? Because there's an animal, it's been dead for a while. Not only that, it's kind of missing an important part of its body. And yet, he can make that leg twitch. It's as if he had the ability to bring life back to something that's been dead. Very demonish sounding, right? This freaked people out so much that all the, like, do you guys, I'm sure you've seen some version of Frankenstein. What happens in Frankenstein? How do they bring the monster to life? Electricity. Did you guys know that the reason why that is because of Galvani's experiment? This is what inspired Frankenstein. This is the experiment which inspired that author, right, to write the book about Frankenstein. Okay? Bringing back a dead thing with electricity. Okay? Yes? I can't hear you. Say again?
I said, did he use like dissimilar metals to get an electronic?
Yeah. This is Galvani. There's actually galvanometers. So he's actually an inventor. He pioneered a lot of batteries and things like that, absolutely, and measuring voltages and things. Yes. But this guy is super smart, right? Don't be fooled by the wig. So, and then since then, electrical signaling, right? Everybody's been really focused on the brain. Because electrical signaling, when you say electrical signaling, electrophysiology, everybody thinks about the brain, right? Sure. And the brain, again, is a bunch of neurons working together. And so, when you think about the brain, again, the key molecule that makes everything and anything happen in the brain are ion channels. This is the structure, this is the most amazing crystal structure you'll ever see. It's the ion channel, right? The potassium ion channel. And again, this was obtained by Rod McKinnon, who published this paper in 1998, one of the most beautiful papers you can read in science. And only, I think, 5 years later, he got the Nobel Prize, 2003. That's like a, typically, let me tell you, you don't get a Nobel Prize in 5 years, okay? So that's one of those, like, unless you're Einstein, he got one pretty quickly too. That was such an amazing sort of technical thing because nobody thought it could be done. They literally thought it was impossible to do it for technical reasons, which I'm not going to get into, okay? Rod McKinnon is a tremendous scientist. He's at Rockefeller, still very active in the field, Howard Hughes investigator, blah, 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 okay? Super credentials and so forth. And this was a paper that changed neuroscience a lot. For the first time, we understood how this actually works, okay? People have been working on this and postulating things for decades. Now, what most people don't know is that this channel that he published, and upon which people developed drugs and things like that, was from Streptomyces. It's a soil bacteria, just like Bacillus subtilis, gram-positive soil bacteria. Okay? So it was the structure of a bacterial ion channel, not of a eukaryotic cell or mammalian cell. Okay? But we understood a lot about neuroscience from that bacterial ion channel. That really helped us understand design chemicals and how things work, okay? But here's the irony. We had no clue what potassium ion channels do in bacteria. Isn't that weird? Right? Like we used it to understand something about neuroscience, but we don't know what they do in bacteria. Why do bacteria have potassium ion channels? What do they do? Right? Here's a paper from 2002, published in Nature. This is an exact copy, okay? This is the abstract, the first paragraph of this Nature paper. He says, suggests that prokaryotes use ion channels in roles more adaptive than providing high-quality protein to structural biologists. This is a dig because Chris Miller is actually the mentor of Rod McKinnon. Rod McKinnon did his postdoc in Chris Miller's lab, okay? And Chris was like, this is great that you guys are doing all these structures, but what the hell do they do in bacteria, right? Bacteria don't have ion channels so you can get crystal structures, right? So what do they do? Here's another paper, right? This is from 2008, much more recent. It is ironic that the puzzling basis of iron specificity is finally solved in concrete terms with a channel from a lowly, please note the quotation marks, lowly bacterium, right? And its true function in the life of the bacterium is unknown. And we're like, come on, really? That's because it's this lowly problem. It's not lowly, it's like this. It's in biofilms, right? So because we thought we could discover something, we said, what if we think about bacteria and the role of ion channels not like this, but like that? Meaning, what if the role of ion channels would only be evident in the context of a biofilm? Right? So, I'm going to tell you that we actually discovered a new form of electrical signaling that happens only in biofilms. And it's ion channel mediated electrical signaling, very similar to what neurons do in the brain. Now that was very unexpected, okay? I'm going to tell you how it works in very sort of cartoon way, okay? And I'm going to tell you all the crazy stuff that it does in a biofilm. And I promise you, this is unexpected. You're going to be like, what? Okay? So to do this, we had to develop new technology, okay? Usually, new breakthroughs are accompanied by some kind of a push-in technology. We had to figure out how to do very controlled quantitative experiments that we could reproduce, get statistics with biofilms, where we had millions of biofilms, meaning millions of cells in a biofilm, but we could quantitatively measure everything, which is not very easy to do, okay? We came up with devices, and this is sort of what it looks like, okay? So this is a device, it's a microfluidic device. That just means it's a piece of plastic that we can mold into some shape. We can grow bacteria in it, and we can image it in the microscope with super resolution, okay? Which means you're looking here in this, see this thing in the middle? That's like a little pillar that sticks out that prevents this plastic contraption from collapsing. But it also serves as a site of attachment for the bacteria. Biofilms are sticky. And they stick to this thing, and they grow around it, form a biofilm. This biofilm is like 1.5 to 2 million cells in it. Okay? And we can zoom in, we can see the guys in there. Here's the first shocking thing that we saw when all we did is just look at this thing. Okay? This is going to be a biofilm. It's going to grow. So you're going to see this thing get bigger. And I'm going to plot here on the y-axis the growth rate, meaning how fast this biofilm is expanding. And then this is sort of how big the biofilm is getting on the x-axis, okay? But you don't have to look at the plot. You can just watch this. But when you watch this movie, try to see if you can see how fast this thing is expanding, okay? Oops. I need to click it. Okay, now watch. You guys see something funny going on? It's going to loop. See the edge of the biofilm? See, it's growing, 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 but then pause, pause, pause. The thing started periodically not growing. And you can see the growth rate. It grows fine, then something happens, right? The growth rate decreases, and then it settles into some kind of an alternative mode. This is an emergent behavior. Meaning these oscillations, so the biofilm is literally oscillating in its growth. It doesn't happen until the biofilm reaches some kind of a critical size. Okay? And we can repeat and repeat and repeat this experiment, and here's a distribution. So we see there's a very specific size at which this happens, and if it's smaller, nothing happens. This is the size of the colony at which the oscillations begin. So you see there's some distribution, but it's very tight around this. And for sure, if you're anything smaller, it doesn't trigger oscillations. So it appears to require about 1.5 million cells before you start even seeing any of this stuff. Okay? And then it oscillates for hours. Okay? And I'll tell you that these oscillations are fundamental in understanding actually why these bacteria are so resilient against antibiotics. These oscillations make the biofilm super resistant against antibiotics. Let me show you another movie. Let's zoom in here. Nope. The plastic isn't doing anything, and this is the outside. So there's plenty of space, plenty of nutrients. You'll see what happens. There's no reason. There's no reason for these guys to stop growing. As I said, we're in fact exchanging the medium here, so there's always fresh stuff coming in. There's plenty of room. Right? What drives these oscillations? Turns out the reason why they oscillate is because they have this density. They're so packed and so crowded that the interior of the biofilm, so I'm drawing here my cartoon version of the biofilm, and in this gray shade, I'm indicating where you have less access to nutrients. And not surprising, the interior of the biofilm is not getting enough food. Okay? The cells on the outside are all darkly colored, which means they have plenty of access to nutrients. Because this is where all the food is, right? So they have plenty of access. But the guys in the middle are getting starved. Why? Because when the nutrient flows on the outside, right, these guys eat up the nutrients. Some of it is trying to diffuse in, but these bacteria keep eating it, so very little makes it in. Okay? And so not only are these guys starved, but they're starved for some amino acid called glutamate. My favorite amino acid. Okay? It's a charged amino acid. You can find it on meteors. Cool. That qualifies as a cool for me, right? And glutamate is very important because it's the most important nitrogen source in bacteria. Okay? There's some studies that show that like 80% of all proteins in bacteria you can derive the nitrogen, so you need nitrogens to make proteins, and glutamate is a nitrogen source. Okay? And these guys are not getting it. Another interesting thing, which is sort of foreshadowing what's coming, is that glutamate is controlling half of your brain activity. It's an excitatory amino acid. Sure, you guys heard of like glutamate receptors and things like that. Think back at some medical school stuff. No? Yeah? Even when you're sleeping, you need glutamate. And so what happens is that the cells on the periphery, because they're growing and consuming the food, they're in fact stressing out the cells on the inside of the biofilm because they're keeping food from them. And then this is where the magic comes in. These cells have a way to exert control back onto those cells that are stressing them. Okay? So the stressed cells have a chance to mess with the cells that are stressing them on the outside. And the way they're doing it is the cause and the reason why you get oscillations. Because if you look at this, that means cells grow, they stress these cells out. It's a positive thing, right? These cells stress, and when they stress, they stop the growth of these cells. When these cells stop growing, then the stress here is reduced. Okay, so these guys are happy. When they're happy, they don't do this anymore. So then these cells start growing again. When they grow, they stress them out. When they stress them out, then they block it again. And round you go. So you oscillate in your growth. Okay, that's called a negative feedback loop. And then what happens is that you get this periodic growth. When the biofilm is growing, it means that you're going to start starving the interior. It becomes pale. When you stop growing, it means that you actually allow nutrients to get back into the interior because the peripheral cells stop consuming food, which allows nutrients to trickle into the interior of the biofilm. Okay? Oh, no, it's not years. It's hours. I don't understand the question, I guess. What do you mean by meaning can we measure it for years or?
Yeah, could the period of the oscillation be much, much longer?
It can be longer. I don't know about years, but it can be longer. It depends on conditions and things like that. It can definitely be longer than this. Let me put it that way. I don't know about years, but it can be longer. It can also be shorter. Yes?
How did you actually find out that this is the reason? How was it proved to be the starvation?
I'll show you some stuff. This is published stuff, so we won't believe me. There's a lot of molecular details that I'm sparing you, but I can get into it. Yes, I'm going to show you a few things. If it's still not clear, I'll be happy to take your question then. Yes.
So, kind of what Gary was thinking, can the food source or the nutrient source influence the span of which it takes?
Yes, absolutely.
So if it had a very slow source, you can actually slow the whole process down.
Mm-hmm. You can actually increase it, but yes. So, like for example, if I have super rich food and I give it extra glutamate, then this thing won't even happen because the problem won't exist. Meaning, if I have so much glutamate that the interior never starves of glutamate, then these oscillations don't start. That's the reason why you start seeing these oscillations at some like fixed time, like 1.5 million cells, is because only once the biofilm reaches that size is there that the problem emerges, in the sense that that's when the interior now is far enough from the nutrient source and there's enough cells around the interior cells that are consuming the food so that these cells become stressed. If you could prevent them from being stressed, this wouldn't kick in.
Right. Well, before you came, Gary was talking about how a lot of the organic material is not on the surface of the earth, but is in the earth, and it has a cycle of about 1,000 years, in certain areas. And what I'm saying is if it wasn't exposed to nutrition for 1,000 years, how they can live in a dormant form. I was just wondering how that would influence.
Right. So we're not talking about time scales of thousands of years in this particular case. We're talking about a biofilm that's growing over like a day or two. Okay? So that's sort of a separate discussion, and we can talk about that, if you will, over lunch and so forth, in terms of what would happen in those weird places on Earth where, like cells sometimes divide every year or a few hundred years even, right? There's some cells that seem to divide like super slowly, okay? So we can talk about those conditions, but let me move forward and tell you sort of what happens here, and then we can later come back and discuss, and I'll try to remember your question also about sort of the how this works exactly, the proof, right? So first of all, let me show you what facilitates this. I didn't tell you yet, right? Like I just said that there's this thing where these stress cells exert control over these guys, but I didn't tell you how. Turns out that's where the ion channels come in. So when the interior cells become limited for glutamate, we realize that we're dealing with something that has to do with the membrane potential, because glutamate is a charged molecule. Charged molecules cannot cross the membrane. It's energetically unfavorable. The membrane has something called a low dielectric, okay? So charged molecules cannot go through this lipid bilayer, okay? That's why you have ion channels and things like that to allow charged molecules to go through membranes. And to take up something charged that's not an ion, but like glutamate, bacteria have designated molecules called transporters, okay? This is a molecule called GLTP. It can take up glutamate, but to compensate for taking up glutamate, it uses a proton gradient that is also built over the membrane. So there's more protons on the outside than the inside of the cell. And it uses this electrochemical gradient as an energy source to take up glutamate inside the cell. Does that make sense? Okay. So when that happens, you realize immediately that, okay, so that means that you're dealing with charges going across the membrane. So that means that you're dealing with a problem that relates to membrane potential. Okay? And so we, in fact, speculated and we hypothesized that if the membrane potential is very critical for this process, then as the biofilm is oscillating in growth, you would see the membrane potential oscillating in the biofilm collectively. Okay? Because if you starve and you want to take up more glutamate, if you hyperpolarize, meaning you're more polarized, you would have more energy to suck up glutamate. Okay? And so that would happen periodically because you're experiencing the stress periodically. Does that make sense, more or less? So here is, again, one of these biofilms. Okay? Oscillating very nicely. Hope everybody can see it. Now I'm going to show you the same biofilm, but we identified a fluorescent dye that allows us to detect the membrane potential of bacteria inside a biofilm. So this is the same biofilm, but now in cyan you're going to see, literally you're going to see the membrane potential. Okay? So you're seeing global oscillations in membrane potential. It's like I'm talking about a brain or something, right? Global membrane potential oscillations that actually propagate, okay? And you see that they're anti-phase, meaning one goes up, the other one goes down in terms of growth, just like we predicted, okay? And so if you notice, whenever the edge lights up, the biofilm slows down. Boom, 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 okay? So the interior cells are sending these electrochemical waves, and when it hits the edge, shuts it down. And it does it periodically. So we discovered some kind of a new way for bacteria to communicate inside the biofilm. That means that we need to figure out what's the trigger in terms of like the mechanistic question that you had, right? What's the trigger and how does it propagate it? Because we're talking about very long distances, right? So there was a biofilm with like millions of cells. So those waves go over many, many cells, right? It's not a cell-to-cell thing like with the cables, for example, the wires, right? This is like long-range things. If you think about membrane potentials and you think about the membrane potential changing, everybody should think about sodium and potassium, right? Because that's what we know from action potentials, okay? And we saw that potassium, here's the membrane potential oscillations in the biofilm. This is a fluorescent indicator of potassium that's extracellular, meaning on the outside of the cells, in the biofilm, but outside of the cell. You see it also oscillates in line with the membrane potential oscillations. But if you look at sodium, not really, okay? In hindsight, it's not surprising because Bacillus subtilis does not have any known sodium ion channels. Potassium ion channels evolved before sodium ion channels, okay? So, we then identified sort of the potassium ion channel in Bacillus subtilis that we thought would be very important to look at, and it's called HUGO. And what's interesting about this is my cartoon of this ion channel. In fact, it looks much more beautiful, right? But what's important is it has these domains down here that I labeled in this sort of pinkish color, okay? They're called Turkey domains. And what those domains are, they're the domains that control the open-close probability of ion channels. Remember, ion channels open or close. And these domains down at the bottom are what control whether or not this ion channel is going to be open or closed, okay? Probabilistic, but still has some exerts effects on it, okay? And what's interesting about these Turkey domains is that they bind secondary metabolites like NADH, GDP, okay? So it means that this ion channel is gated by the metabolic state of the bacteria, okay? So that meant, and we showed, and I'm not going to show you like all the experimental results, right, for the sake of time, which is, how are we doing on time, by the way? Can't see. 20 minutes, great. So we've seen that basically glutamate starvation in the middle, right? If, for example, we remove glutamate artificially, we can, so now on the y-axis here, you're looking at extracellular potassium. So you're looking at ion channels releasing the potassium. If we artificially remove glutamate, we can trigger this event to happen. If we delete these ion channels, then everything disappears. So we can show with molecular specificity that these ion channels are causing these electrical waves, this specific potassium ion channel. So here's how it works. The interior of the biofilm gets starved for glutamate. Glutamate starvation results in the opening of the ion channel. And then a lot of potassium ions leave the cell. And that's because all cells, not just bacteria, all living cells hoard potassium. Okay? All living organisms have a high concentration of potassium on the inside. For bacteria, we're talking about like 400 millimolar on the inside versus like 8 or something on the outside. Okay? So when you open the ion channel, because you have this huge electrochemical gradient, potassium ions will leave the cell. Okay? And that's the trigger. But then how is it propagated? So that's just one cell doing it. But then how does it affect the neighboring cell and so like how does it propagate over distances? Well, if I release my potassium and Gary's next to me, he's going to be hit by my potassium. Okay? What's going to happen to Gary? Okay? He's going to get salty, right? So what that means is his membrane potential is going to depolarize. So all cells are polarized, meaning they're more negative on the inside than the outside, right? But if I give you positive charges from the outside and some will get in, it reduces your polarization, so it gets closer to 0. Okay? Now when that happens, it actually interferes with your ability to take up glutamate. So I got starved for glutamate, I released my potassium, even if there was enough glutamate around Gary, because I changed his membrane potential, it's actually going to impose metabolic stress on him because it's going to reduce his ability to take up glutamate. Okay? Now, Gary's going to be stressed. Now he's going to open his potassium channels. We're going to hit you. You're going to be stressed and so forth. Okay? So then it's a domino effect. It's a chain reaction. Right? Because this is going to cause glutamate limitation. That's going to open that. Then you release yours and so forth. Okay? And that would mean that you should see these waves of extracellular potassium going through the biofilm. We can actually visualize that. So here we're zoomed in a little bit more into the biofilm. Look at these waves in yellow, right? Emanating from the interior, radiating out, okay? And you can again see like when the waves hit the edge, right, they slow down. Here's a particularly fun wave that's like extra long. From left to right, you'll see it. So these are the cells. See how densely they're packed? Here's the wave going. You can't even see the cells. They're like they're small and densely packed, right? But look at the distance. It's 1.8 millimeters. Given that the size of a bacteria is about 2 microns, that's a long distance. No. This is much slower. Much slower. We'll get back to that. But what's important here is that the amplitude is maintained. So there's no decrease in the amplitude of this wave, right? Meaning, if I had just a source here and I would just release it by diffusion, the amplitude would just go away. But you see that the amplitude is like, you get the full effect all the way up to like 2.5 millimeters, right? That's the most we can measure in the device, so it probably could keep going, right? And we wanted to test this further because this is crazy. I'm telling you, there's like action potentials in a biofilm. So we wanted to really see this depolarization and all these steps so we can reproduce it. So we don't rely on just correlations. Correlations are used in science a lot, but correlations don't mean causations. To understand and establish a causative relationship, which gets back to sort of how do you prove this, right? You need to show causative relationships. I already showed you that when we remove glutamate, we can trigger this. So that's step one. Now I'm going to show you that if we artificially hit cells with potassium, we would see that they would then release their own potassium, right? But not just release the potassium, but we should see this depolarization, hyperpolarization, kind of like an action potential. And here up is going to be hyperpolarization, which means more polarized, and here's less polarized. And here's in yellow is where we gave a potassium shock, and you see this beautiful little action potential. When we get rid of the ion channel, you see the depolarization. This is such a critical experiment because you see the depolarization because that has nothing to do with the ion channel. You see this component, but now this hyperpolarization part is gone because we deleted the ion channel. Okay? So we really understand this process, at least at this level. Okay? And then we got really excited. We're like, oh, if we can write these reactions, right? What we're saying is basically that this potassium ion channel is not just, in bacteria, is not just structurally similar, but it's also maybe functionally similar to what it's doing in neurons. In neurons, ion channels are used for electrical communication between neurons. That's what they do in the brain. And so what I'm saying is that bacteria use these potassium ion channels in the biofilm to communicate with each other and coordinate their metabolism over long distances. Okay? So we said, let's go and to the godfathers of neuroscience, which is Hodgkin and Huxley. Maybe some of you have heard the name Hodgkin and Huxley. There were this pair of British scientists who basically pioneered neuroscience and were the first, they got a Nobel Prize in the 1950s, or 60-something, for mathematically being able to finally figure out how an action potential works. They're the ones that discovered the sodium-potassium exchange and things like that. They're the first to measure an action potential ever. They had to develop technology. Okay, they were using giant squid and stuff because they had big electrodes. They needed like a big neuron. Okay, and they had like very primitive calculators. So they're the first to mathematically model a biological process. And they likened the neuron to an electrical circuit. Okay, you guys had to have taken some physics at some point. So you've seen electrical circuits, resistance components, that would be like the channel, right? So there's some conductance of, and so I'm not going to get into the details, but they modeled the neuron as sort of an electrical circuit with resistance and a voltage and things like that. And what we said, okay, so can we do it for the bacteria? Can we use what we know about it and actually see if we can mathematically describe the action potentials we see in the bacteria? Now, the challenge is the following. In neurons, you have sodium and potassium. We only have potassium. We don't have what's known as the counterion. Okay? Your action potential happens because sodium comes in, potassium goes out. We just have potassium going out. So is it mathematically possible to have an action potential with one ion? Yes. This is our model. It's not only qualitatively similar, but quantitatively similar. Okay? So we can, that means that the shape and the numbers match up. So there's an action potential with just the potassium ion in biofilms. Okay? Now, how can that be? Meaning, this is what happens in your neurons. Okay? You have sodium and potassium. Sodium high on the outside, potassium high on the inside. And only by one going in, one going out do you get an action potential. Okay? And I'm telling you, you can do the same thing with just one. So what gives? And somebody asked me about speed. Right? Who was it? Somebody said something about speed or something. Was it you? Was it you? Yes, Gary. Thank you. That's what gives. If I like throw this to you, you'll be able to catch it. Because your brain can operate on a time scale of milliseconds. That's how fast your neurons fire. Right? If you're a biofilm, I would throw this to you, you wouldn't be able to catch it. Because what you lose by not having the counter ion is speed. The counter ion helps you to reset your membrane potential and do an action potential that lasts 2 milliseconds. These action potentials last an hour and a half. That's the cost you pay for the simplicity of the system. But the good news is the biofilm is not trying to catch this thing. It's dealing with a metabolic problem. Hour and a half is no problem. It's plenty of time to resolve and do what it needs to do. So this is so cool, right? We're even like seeing all these sort of interesting insights, right? And so it even made us think about, holy crap, like, you know, people always thought about how did the brain evolve and things like that, right? Because it's so complicated and it seems like we have no chance of understanding. But maybe some features have been around for a billion years. Now, they've been specialized to perfection, right? But you can maybe see some roots, some ancient kernels of this thing, long time ago. So, we think we have at least the promise of an answer to this extremely important and long-standing question of what is the function of bacterial ion channels, at least for these potassium ion channels. And it seems that there's this functional similarity between ion channels being used in bacteria in biofilms and in the brain. We can talk about whether or not the biofilm can actually do computations. Okay? Now, somebody asked me, so how do these oscillations actually help the biofilm be better against antibiotics or something, right? Who was that? Somebody, I'm pretty sure somebody asked me, or should have, if nobody asked. So let's see how these oscillations help. So the interior of the biofilm gets starved, right? Okay. Now these oscillations prevent the interior of being starved to death. That's their purpose. Okay? Why is it important? If you have ever heard anything about tumors and chemotherapy, stuff like that, you know that one of the biggest problems is killing these guys with chemicals, these tumors. Okay? And the problem is reaching the cells that are buried deep within. Okay? Because they're protected by layers and layers and layers of other cells. That's the same thing that happens in biofilms. You can take a biofilm, you can dump some chemicals on it. That chemical is not going to really be effective in the interior. It's going to have a hard time getting there. It's super densely packed. You have an extracellular matrix, all the slimy stuff. Okay? There's physical barriers. Okay? But the interior cells, that means that they're the most protected from chemical attack. Right? If you're a biofilm, those are the cells you want to keep alive. Like if you let them be starved to death, you just killed the cells sitting in a bomb shelter during sort of a nuclear weapon attack or something. Right? Those are the guys that had the highest chance of surviving an attack. Why would you kill them? Right? Now, but if the biofilm keeps growing and growing, it's going to kill the interior cells. By periodically pausing, it prevents the interior cells from dying. They're still stressed, but they're not dying. Okay? So you get these oscillations are very important. Oscillations in physics and in biology are very important and prevalent, actually. The oscillations can only do like 3 things, and I can talk about it later. But one of them is they can help you do 2 opposing things by taking turns. Okay? Anybody have had children or has children, little ones? Yeah, let's say you have 2 kids and 1 toy. You take turns. Okay? That's an oscillation. Everybody gets an hour. Okay? Growth and starvation are 2 opposing things. Growth is great for the biofilm, hey, but it's also killing the interior that's starving them to death. So if you keep doing just one, you're gonna end up hurting the community. So you alternate. Once in a while you stop growing, it helps the interior guys, and then you can grow again. Okay? So it's basically resolving a social conflict within the biofilm. Okay? Now, we can show this directly. We can manipulate these metabolic processes such that we can get a biofilm to not oscillate anymore. Okay? We can do it genetically, chemically, we have like tricks. Okay? When we do that, and then I'm going to show you now little cross sections. So the biofilm, imagine, is like this big thing here. Okay? And I'm just looking at a little cross section. This is more like the interior part. This is the edge of the biofilm. Okay? And I'm using now a stain. That's not the electrical signaling. I apologize. It's the same color. But this is actually cell death. This is a commercially available stain. It's called Cytox. It labels cells that are dying because this dye can only get into cells that are disintegrating. Okay? If you look, here's an oscillating biofilm, about the same size. You see almost no death in the interior. What about the biofilm that just keeps growing, growing, growing? It's about the same size. You see all this death in the interior? Right? That's not because I added any antibiotics. That's because that biofilm didn't pause its growth periodically, and it starved the interior cells to death on its own, without me doing anything. Okay? Now I add hydrogen peroxide to both. We've also done it with antibiotics. It doesn't matter. It's something that kills cells. Now if I add it from the outside, right, that's why I supplied a chemical. Look, boom, all the edge cells, do they start dying here? Yeah? What about the interior cells? Are they dying? No. They're protected. What about this guy? Well, the interior cells were already dying because the biofilm itself killed it. Now when I add to the other side, I have much higher efficiency of killing them. Okay? Like we have a US patent pending right now on this type of technology, right? Well, we're saying we have figured out a way to let the biofilm kill the cells that are hard to get to, so that later you can then come and kill the rest that you can kill easily. Okay? Now look at this. Because you have this kind of stuff, I'm going to show you a movie that should really be not sort of expected. Okay? These are two biofilms. The top one is going to oscillate, so it means periodically it's going to slow down its growth. The bottom one is just going to keep growing, growing, growing. Because it keeps growing, 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 you'll see the bottom one is going to actually go a little faster. It's going to pass the other one. Think of it sort of as a race. Okay? This guy is going to lag behind because once in a while it pauses its growth. Very obvious. Then I'm going to add chloramphenicol, a sort of typical antibiotic. And let's see what happens. Oops, they're supposed to play both at the same time. Ah, it's this. Sorry, that's because of the... Can I not play them both at the same time? Let's see. You play. Oh, that's so stupid. Because of the presentation mode thing. So sorry, guys. How do I play them both? Oh, now if I go presentation mode, the whole thing is going to crash, right? Let me show you this first. Okay, this guy, you see it pausing periodically? Okay. Now, when this timer turned red, I added chloramphenicol. Yes, would you expect that if I give a biofilm antibiotics, it would accelerate its growth? How are you ever going to understand this if you don't understand emergent behavior and all these other processes? That's one of those things. Look at this. Right? Now let me show you what happens with the other guy. That's the point. The interior is protected, and then it can rejuvenate because actually, I'll tell you in a second. Look, now here I add it. Look, that's more like what you would expect, right? Now for this guy, it pauses, pauses, pauses. These guys are fine. Then when I add the chloramphenicol, I actually start killing these guys. And these guys were the ones that were depriving these cells further back from nutrients. So now those guys, they're like, yippee, our competition is gone, and they grow. Okay? So I'm going to end here on the notion that biofilms are really not easy to understand if you come from this classical perspective. Oh, I have an antibiotic and I got a bacteria. I'll just mix the two and I'll get the outcome I want. No. Okay? I'm not saying that antibiotics don't work. I'm not saying that you can't kill bacteria with antibiotics. But what I'm saying is that if you don't understand what you're dealing with, you are doomed to repeat what people have done in the cancer field. Okay? We have to first understand what we're dealing with and then come up with better strategies. Okay? And in the next lecture, I'm going to show you some really cool, fun stuff that emerges because of this electrical signaling. Okay? And I promise you, you're going to be surprised. And I'll see you after lunch. Thank you. Welcome back. It's the last talk, and this one is going to be, I hope, fun. It's certainly fun for me, and we have a working projector, so thank you very much. Seems there was a mismatch between resolutions of displays. But anyway, so all that stuff is figured out. Now we can jump right back in, okay? So I want to start, again, with this. It's one of my favorite movies we've certainly created in the lab, right? You're seeing, again, sort of maybe the closest thing you'll ever see to a bacterial brain, if you will, right? Loosely speaking, of course. You see that there's a community of about a couple of million cells, and you see this incredibly beautiful collective oscillatory dynamics of this electrical signaling, which involves potassium ion channels, which is very similar to basically how neurons communicate with each other. So it's very intriguing. And when we look at this, as I pointed out before, this was the other movie that I showed, these memory potential oscillations are driven by these extracellular waves of potassium that are propagating through the community. And so we went over how this works. I hope you guys, I was able to at least explain in some part sort of the steps. Again, I'm sort of going over a lot of data, but a lot of this is published, so I'll be happy to point you to the right papers at the end, okay? But I hope you guys had sort of a basic sense that this is sort of a bucket brigade, if you will, a cell-to-cell signaling cascade. And this is what underlies this long-range wave-like communication between bacteria and the biofilm. And now I'm going to show you some very interesting consequences that emerge. The first one, which I think is sort of perhaps most relevant to many of you, is that I showed you, I hope, in some interesting way, that this type of dynamic behavior can really affect the fitness of the community. It can make the community much more resilient against antibiotic attack, chemical attack, and it can give rise to these counterintuitive, very crazy things like we saw where you give the biofilm antibiotics and it grows better. That's certainly unexpected, right? And you would not be able to understand any of this without understanding sort of this emergent behavior and this collective behavior of bacteria within the biofilm. And now, that was this part. Now I'm going to focus on this part in the middle here, and then we're going to do the last one at the end, okay? And so these are sort of ideas that emerge from our finding and have resulted in their own incredible sort of insights that are very exciting to us and have been also exciting to the scientific community. And I'll start off with sort of this very basic hypothesis. I'm going to try to give you sort of a glimpse into how we think as sort of scientists in the lab, okay? It's not that hard. We can all do, you guys are probably smarter than I am, okay? But so I'll give you like one example how we hypothesize things. So we said, so we got this community of bacteria. We discovered this electrical signaling. You can go many different directions from this starting point. You can say, oh, I want to understand this more deeply. I want to know more about the antibiotics and so forth. But one of the things that we wanted to know is, we said, are there any type of really unexpected sort of original directions of research that you can think of that would lead you to even perhaps just as sort of intriguing insights, okay? So what I'm trying to say is we're trying not to be too incremental. We're trying to think of sort of a direction that goes off, perhaps a little bit of a tangent, still based on what we're doing, but a little bit more sort of, we're trying to be creative, okay? And That's never easy. But let me tell you what we thought. We said, okay, so we have this biofilm. It generates these electrical waves, right, which I'm cartoon-like illustrating here. And then we said, okay, so if these waves are propagating, and they're propagating with this sort of constant amplitude, right, because it's not just decaying, but it's going full force all the way to the edge. What happens at the edge? Do these waves just stop because there's no cells? Maybe not, because we're dealing with potassium. Potassium ions are very diffusive. They're small ions, right? We said maybe they'll like radiate out, okay? Maybe they'll radiate out, not like super far away, but some distance, right? And we said that's very interesting because we know that a lot of biofilms, especially in nature, right, are growing on interfaces of like solid liquid, for example, right? So they attach to something solid and they're surrounded by liquidy things, especially in the oceans, lakes, tubes, catheters, whatever, okay? That's where they like to grow. And so we said, in those conditions, what other type of cells are there? And you will see that there will be motile cells, meaning not all cells will be in the biofilm. There's some swimming around. Okay, so what if there's not drawn to scale, right? But what if there's some kind of a motile cell within some proximity of this biofilm? Will this cell be affected by these electrical waves radiating out from the biofilm? And this led us to some very interesting sort of direction. We said, well, there's actually a specific expectation. What we know about motility in bacteria is that all bacterial motility is driven by, again, membrane potentials, because the bacteria use these electrochemical gradients across their membrane to create energy. It's basically their battery. They store energy in this way, and they can use it to do things, work, mechanical work. In this case, churn the flagella. Flagella are these long thingies that maybe you've seen in some pictures of bacteria, and bacteria can rotate these things and swim. Okay? And that is driven by the proton motive force. The proton motive force is the term that we use to describe the electrochemical gradient of of protons across the membrane. Okay? And we said, what if these electrical potassium waves hit one of these bacteria? Since it would potentially affect their membrane potential, could it affect their motility? And what would happen? So, here's a movie where on the top you see just the edge of a biofilm. We're very zoomed in, so you have to imagine like you're just looking at the suburb of a big city, and there's a huge city on top of this, okay? And here, this is a liquid environment at the edge of the biofilm, and there you see some motile cells, okay? If you look carefully, you'll see that those guys are swimming around, they're doing things, but maybe you'll see that there's something interesting happening, right? Seems like once in a while there's like some rush hour traffic, and people go, not so much. You guys see there's some sort of interesting thing happening? So we wanted to quantify this and really study it carefully. So we said, let's look into that. And that's going to be the first part of my last lecture. And in the last part, I'll talk about sort of an even crazier thing, okay? So here we go. We got the edge of the biofilm on the top. Okay, so there's a big biofilm on top of this, but we're looking at the edge. In cyan, we're looking at the electrical signaling. Okay, I'll show you what that looks like. So the electrical signaling comes, it hits the edge of the biofilm, like we've seen before. Okay, nothing crazy going on. But now we want to understand what motile cells do. So now we're going to introduce into this chamber motile cells that are fluorescently labeled so we can detect, so we can discriminate them from cells that are biofilm cells versus these specific cells that are motile cells. The way we do it is we just put in a fluorescent promoter that's always on, that has a specific color, so we can just visualize them. In this case, we're going to visualize them with red. Okay? And then we're going to see what the motile cells do while the biofilm is doing this. What do you guys notice? Is there something funky going on? Can everybody see that, like, as the electrical signal hits the edge of the biofilm, you see an increase in the density of motile cells at the edge of the biofilm? In red, right? And this was very shocking, right? Like, we're like, whew, that is crazy. What's going on, right? So we can quantify this, and you see at the bottom, sort of a film strip of the movie that I just showed you. So you can see clearly periodically that when there's electrical signaling happening in the biofilm, there appears to be an increase in the concentration of motile cells at the edge of the biofilm. Okay? And there's a huge chamber, so there's a huge reservoir of space. Okay? So the biofilm is, let's say, is like the screen here, and there's this whole region up here. Okay? So they can go wherever they want. There's like 3 by 3 millimeters, which is like super big space for bacteria. Yeah, very good question. So they're not like going home or something. They're still in the chamber. And so we can quantify this. We can look here. You're seeing a plot that has time on the x-axis, okay? And there's 2 y-axes. In cyan, you're seeing the electrical oscillations in the biofilm. And in red, we're tracking the density of motile cells at the edge of the biofilm. And you can see that first of all, they're like overlapping, right? So they're correlated. And if you look carefully, there's actually a little bit of a time shift, so we'll quantify everything, okay? In a physicsy kind of way. So we can see that if you look at the panel on the top right, what I'm showing you there is that there's a delay between when the electrical wave hits the edge of the biofilm and when you see peak concentration of motile cells. So now we're going from just a mere correlation that there's actually sort of a temporal order, meaning the electrical wave comes first, then comes all the biofilm, the motile cells that appear to come to the edge of the biofilm. So there's a time delay. Okay? Then we see that on the bottom left, we look at the period of these oscillations, and they can change based on conditions and sometimes randomly and the size of the biofilm. And I'm showing you here that the period of the electrical oscillations perfectly correlates with the period of attraction of the motile cells. Okay? So these 2 things are really perfectly correlated with each other and have a time delay. And then on the right is like some type of a control. We did many, many controls, but I just wanted to show you like one. So when we put in cells that have a motility defect, you see that while the biofilm is still oscillating in that cyan, right? You see the red line is flat, which means there's no attraction. So this tells you that it isn't just some passive fluid dynamics or something, that you really need to have intact motility for these motile cells to go and swim. Now I can say swim to the biofilm. Okay? So that's very strange, and we wanted to go beyond correlations. As I said in my previous lecture, right? Correlations are great, but we want to have causations. So we had this idea. The idea was, what if we take one of these sort of situations where the biofilm is oscillating, motile cells are coming and going. Okay? They're literally being attracted by this electrical signaling is what I'm trying to tell you. Okay? What if during this phase, somewhere else, remember we're in a big chamber, thank you for that clarifying question, right? What if over there, I'm the biofilm, so I have my signals and I recruit cells. What if over there I put a much stronger source of potassium? Can I redirect the cells that were coming to me and just steal them away? Okay? That would allow us to go from causation to from correlation to causation, because we could show that we can control the process. So here on the left, on the top right, sorry, you see there's one pulse of electrical activity in the biofilm and one sort of period where the motile cells are attracted. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add at a distance a stronger source of potassium to see if we can redirect, steal away the cells from the biofilm. Okay? This would show us that it's really these electrochemical waves that are doing this. And here's what the data looks like, right? So in that blue shaded region on the top right, that's when we introduce an alternative source, stronger source of potassium. And as you notice, the biofilm still oscillates. But if you look, the red line no longer peaks. Okay? So the cells are no longer going to the biofilm. In fact, if you look carefully, there's a little bit of a dip there. Where did those cells go? They went to the other side of the chamber where we provided the alternative source of potassium. So I can show with this experiment that we can direct the motility of bacteria with these electrochemical signals. Okay? And so then that led us to this sort of model, and I'm going to show you that we experimentally tested each, and we can verify each of these steps. And it's a very simple model that I can present, and it's really cool. So the biofilm periodically emits these waves of potassium. It's electrical signaling, periodic, right? Like we've seen in the previous lecture. And those waves when they hit a cell, a bacteria, they modulate the membrane potential of that bacteria, just like to the bacteria that are in the biofilm. Okay? But these are just swimming around. And so when these cells that are swimming around get hit with this wave, it changes their membrane potential, which changes their motility. And by doing this, the biofilm can direct motile cells towards the biofilm community. So it can recruit new members to its community. Okay? This seems pretty crazy, so we're going to go through all these steps. Electrical signaling from the biofilm, we're going to show step 1, that's really critical, that's driving everything. I already showed you that it's this potassium, right? So that we already know. I'm going to show you that there's a membrane potential response and that modulates what's known as the tumbling frequency. This is where stochasticity comes in again. So a bacteria, let's say this is a bacteria. Bacteria can swim up chemical gradients to find like nutrients. It's called chemotaxis, right? But that's very difficult to do for a bacteria because bacteria is so tiny that from head to tail, they can't tell a gradient difference in space. They're too small to detect a gradient. Okay? So what they do is they use a random walk. So again, stochasticity is the trick that they use. What that means is that they swim in this direction, randomly tumble, which means change direction, swim somewhere else, tumble, swim somewhere else, tumble, swim somewhere else. Okay? And the probability of tumbling changes as if the bacteria swims towards something that's better, it will tumble less. Okay, so it will still tumble, but the probability will be reduced. So you modulate the tumbling frequency, so you have a biased random walk is what it's called. Okay? And so by doing this, the bacteria can integrate over a large area of space and find sort of sources of nutrients and other things. Okay? And what I'm going to show you is that these electrical waves tap into that mechanism and they can allow or they can force or modulate the tumbling frequency of these motile cells, and that's how they attract them. Okay? And here's a mathematical model to show you that just with those 3 steps that I showed you, we can reproduce this at an incredible resolution. This is actually a simulation of something known as an agent-based model, which means that we're actually mathematically calculating what happens in each of those cells that you're seeing in the screen. It is extremely computationally costly. It takes us a long time to run one of these simulations, like days, okay? Because in each cell, we have a set of differential equations, and we're calculating it for each cell. And something changes, and they can interact with each other, and this is all accounted for. It's a very detailed, this is sort of the future of sort of better modeling, if you will, where it's much more realistic, okay? This can also take into account stochastic behavior and things like that. And what you can see is that in this simulation, when the biofilm emits electrical waves, right, we can see that we can, with just those 3 steps that I showed you, it's sufficient to reproduce this behavior that we see with the biofilms. Right? But we're going to not stop there. We're going to go actually experimentally test these 3 steps. Yes, please.
Is the assumption that they are transformed into the network of the biofilm and maintaining their own separate identity, or are they becoming a part of the identity of the biofilm, meaning it looks like your color change indicates that they become similar to what's already there?
No, I'm not making any of those assumptions yet. I haven't said anything about sort of what happens to the fate of those cells. All I'm saying is that those cells are being recruited to the biofilm. So we're going to touch on that topic, but I haven't said anything about that yet. So far, I'm not making any claims, but we will get there. So then maybe you can ask your question again. We can see if I can give you a better answer. Does that help? All right. So that means that these 3 steps are sufficient. So now we're going to go through it, okay? So first step, electrical signaling. So what if we take one of these biofilms and we genetically manipulate the ion channel so that the electrical signaling is less efficient? We can actually do that now that we know how it works, the molecular components. We can go in there genetically, play with stuff. And what we can do is this. If we reduce the electrical signaling, the amplitude of the electrical signals being emitted by like half, we see that we approximately a matching decrease in the attraction of motile cells to the biofilm. Okay? So again, this is more than a correlation. Now we're getting into causation because we can crank down the electrical signal and then we get less attraction. Right? We can do the other thing too. We said if we can do this, what if we take motile cells and we make them hypersensitive to these electrical signals. How would we make them hypersensitive? If we change the resting membrane potential of the motile cells such that when the potassium wave comes, they will experience a bigger change. They would act even more strongly. So you would hypersensitize them. And we can, in fact, do that to show that there's a membrane potential response, okay? Look at this plot on the very right. So there, we have a wild-type biofilm. So if you notice, the cyan two peaks there are about the same amplitude as the ones on the very left, because it's the wild-type biofilm. But now look at the red. That's the concentration of motile cells that are being attracted to this regular wild-type biofilm. It's not 10 or 20% more. It's like 2-point-something fold more, okay? So we can super hypersensitize this, and this also is evidence that it is membrane potential modulation, because the way we do this hypersensitization is by modulating the resting membrane potential of the motile cells. So we can reduce electrical attraction. We can make electrical attraction even stronger, if you will, by making the motile cells more sensitive, okay? Now, I want to show you this sort of modulation of tumbling frequency, okay? Because we need to still understand how the bacteria is, okay, so the membrane potential changes, but then how do they get, like, how does it affect their swimming, okay? On the left, we have a zoomed-in version. This is a real-time movie, meaning you're looking at the same frame rate that is actually happening in real life, okay? So when you see these bacteria moving, that is the speed that the bacteria are moving in real time. So if you were to look through the microscope, this is what you would see, okay? There's some swimming. There's a biofilm on the top, okay? Doesn't seem to be like anything crazy, right? Now on the right, I'm going to contrast that, what happens when the biofilm is at peak electrical activity. Okay? I hope you can see, I hope it's clear enough with the monitor here, where you can see that it looks like a bunch of ants being attracted to trash or something on the right. You guys see that? Right? So you can clearly see by eye that these bacteria are like dramatically attracted to this biofilm when it's electrically active and not when it's not sending out these electrical signals, okay? And so the cool thing that we can do is we can track computationally every single bacteria in that movie that I showed you. That's over 3,000 cells, okay? We can track exactly how they're swimming, and then we can color code their trajectories, like how they wandered around, based on how much of this tumbling they did. If they were just swimming a lot and not changing directions, they get a color that's more blue. If they were changing directions a lot, they get a color that's more red. Okay, so I'm going to take the movie that I showed you and superimpose onto that all the trajectories we can track. Okay? This is what it looks like when the biofilm is not releasing electrical signals. Okay, you see there's blue, yellow, all kinds of colors, and they seem to be randomly dispersed compared to this. Can you guys all see that on the top? You see much more of this red, these red trajectories, right? That tells you that those bacteria have reached the source, because wherever they go from there, they would go away from the source, so they're tumbling to stay there. Okay? Does that make sense? So once you get to the source, anywhere I go and start I'm walking away from the source. So that would cause me to tumble again. So then I just want to kind of do this and just stay in one place. Okay? And that now we can sort of visualize in this very sort of simple way by looking at the trajectories of each of these individual bacteria. And what this means is that we can really go through these 3 steps, and we can put a check mark onto each of them, right? There's electrical signaling in the biofilm, and we saw that in the last lecture. But now we're understanding that this electrical signaling can have an effect beyond the biofilm. It seems to attract motile cells to the biofilm, okay? And it does so in this specific mechanism that, again, is based on modulating the membrane potential. And that's why this electrical signaling, this discovery that we made, is so profound, because the membrane potential is so important for all kinds of processes, not only in bacteria, but all cells. So once you tap into that, you can have all kinds of crazy effects, okay? And the other assumption here is that this is a very generic mechanism, right? Generic in the sense that this mechanism that I showed you does not require any type of specific receptors, things like that. I just said it's just potassium waves hitting a bacteria. Okay? So what if we look at a different species? Okay? I know Gary's interested in like multi-species stuff, right? Here you see a Pseudomonas motile cells in green, and the biofilm is a Bacillus subtilis biofilm. Okay? So one is gram-positive, the Bacillus is gram-positive, Pseudomonas is gram-negative. So if evolutionary speaking, they're very diverse, okay? And so you see that from the plot here on the bottom, right, that the Pseudomonas cells, even though they're completely different bacterial species, as different as you can get almost, okay, they're attracted to the electrical signals of the Bacillus subtilis. Okay? So this is not just a long-range attraction of motile cells, but it's a species-independent long-range attraction of motile cells. Okay? And we get the same statistics. I'm not going to go through all this, but we see the same lag. We see that the periods are correlated, so we did all the statistics again, right? And it has the signature of exactly what we see when Bacillus is attracted to Bacillus. But now it's Pseudomonas being attracted to Bacillus. Okay? And that's very cool, because now you might ask the following. You might say, okay, so if I have this electrical attraction to the biofilm, and we all know that biofilms are very sticky, gooey things, right? That we all know. So what if I'm a bacteria and I just basically bump into the biofilm, because that's where I'm trying to get to, right? It's like I'm a little fly and there's a spider web or something. I might get caught up in the extracellular matrix in nooks and crevices of this biofilm. If I get caught up, I could basically attach to it. And if I attach to it and the biofilm keeps growing and maybe I grow too, I could become incorporated into this biofilm. Okay? So that means that you could have one species come and colonize a certain region, then reach a certain size, send out its electrical signals to recruit different species of bacteria to that site. Okay? It has a lot of sort of deep implications, which we can discuss later if you guys want, okay? But that's what it appears in terms of the data. So let's see if that's really happening. I'm showing two images on the top. The biofilm in both cases is on the top of this image. The line denotes the edge of the biofilm. And in red, you see, I apologize for the poor visibility, but in red, I hope you guys can see the red in the biofilm. Those are motile cells that used to be swimming around and got attracted to the biofilm and got incorporated into the biofilm. Now they're members of that biofilm. In this case, we're looking at Bacillus motile cells incorporated into a Bacillus subtilis biofilm. So it's still a single species, okay? But in this case, on the right-hand side, we're seeing Pseudomonas being incorporated. And in each of those examples, you have an image next to it that says, like Delta Turkey, and you don't see any red on the left and no green on the right. That's the electrically deficient biofilms. So just as a sort of a control, that when we crank down the electrical attraction, we don't get incorporation. Okay? So this is really electrical attraction-mediated incorporation of different species of bacteria into a biofilm. And this is very interesting because this is one of the very, very few mechanisms that we understand or know of how you can get a mixed species biofilm. Okay? So one thing we know is that in nature, it's not uncommon to see a mixed species biofilm. A lot of the biofilms in people's mouths and around the gum and teeth and so forth are actually not a single species. Okay? Some are, but some are not. Okay? And in nature, it's also not strange to find mixed species biofilms. But it is not clear how they form. Okay? Meaning, it's rare that you actually see it happening in nature. So you wouldn't know whether or not by chance there was like a Pseudomonas cell and a Bacillus cell that were just next to each other. They both grew, started mixing up, and then they just formed into some kind of a mixed thing. Okay? Or is it the case that one is there first and somehow recruits another one? Okay? And that's something that is very difficult to study in nature, right? And I'm not saying that we understand everything in terms of what happens in nature. By no means. But I can tell you that under these conditions, we at least have a first example, right? Where you can see that one bacteria can colonize a region and then recruit through electrical long-range signaling another species to its biofilm and thus gain new members to its community. Okay? So this is very sort of interesting because you can now literally observe the formation of a mixed species biofilm, and it's mediated by this electrical signaling. And now I'm going to extend our thinking to what happens when you have two biofilms. Okay? So we said this is sort of what triggered our sort of thinking, and we on this journey where we ended up seeing that there's this electrical long-range attraction, right? Which is that one biofilm radiates these electrical signals. What if there's a second biofilm nearby? How is that biofilm going to be affected? Okay? So this is different than like motile cells. This is not a motile cell. It's just another community. Okay? So what would happen? Maybe that other community can also become electrically active, right? In fact, we can say, what are the type of interactions that you might expect between two communities of biofilms? Again, it's not uncommon in nature to see not only one biofilm, but there's another biofilm nearby. Okay? So, in one biofilm, on the left here, we know that there's these electrical oscillations, and they follow this very simple negative feedback loop that we discussed in the previous lecture, where some cells are growing, they stress out those cells, the stressed out cells send this electrical signal to interfere with the growth so they can get some food so they don't starve to death, and then you go round and round in this oscillatory manner, right? Now, what if the second biofilm, right, and while it's doing it, this electrical signaling is released, and it can, we've already seen with the attraction of motile cells that it can propagate a distance, okay? What if the second biofilm is doing the same thing? Meaning it's also stressed, right? If this one is stressed, why wouldn't the other one be stressed, okay? We're all stressed, right? So what if there's two biofilms that are stressed, and then this one is also sending out its electrical signals? Would you have some kind of a weird electrical communication between two biofilms? Can two biofilms talk to each other electrically? How would you do this? Well, here's the experiment. Two biofilms in the same chamber, right? Well, we're going to look at this again because it's awesome, right? First of all, you see that the electrical signaling doesn't start until the biofilm reaches a certain size. If you look carefully, you'll see that the one on the left actually starts just a little bit before the other one. Okay? See it? Go. And then the other one just slightly delayed. But then what happens immediately after that, they both sync up. Okay? So one fires first, the other one's a little delayed, but in the next pulse, they are synchronized. Okay? That is crazy. Okay? Now we got a double brain. Okay? So, they're communicating apparently electrically. But there's one more thing that couples these two biofilms, which is that they're residing in the same environment, microenvironment, which means that they're competing for food, right? Meaning there's some food in this whitish area, and both biofilms need it. So there's not only communication, but there's competition for nutrients. That makes sense, right? I mean, you have a biofilm, there's like 2 million, 3 million bacteria in one biofilm. They're a sink for food. They're eating food. They're consuming food from the environment. And then right over there, you got like another city, right? That one's also consuming a lot of food. So there's limited resources potentially. If there's limited resources, these two communities are going to start to compete, right? And that actually will couple in some indirect way these two biofilms as well. But you're going to have two different types of couplings, right? The electrical signaling is trying to synchronize these two biofilms because you're synchronizing your stress. So you're stressed at the same time. That's why they're pulsing together, okay? But the competition, that's not super clear how that would affect these oscillatory dynamics, okay? So let's see. We can, again, turn to mathematical modeling to make some predictions because at this point, this problem becomes too difficult to intuitively say what would happen, okay? There's sort of several reasons why we use so much mathematics in our experiments, okay? One, we're lazy. We're lazy because we don't want to do 15 experiments, okay? We want to do the one experiment that will give you the most insight. So how are you going to know what is the one experiment that will give you the most insight? If you can model it, you can basically, in the computer, run these things, and you can say, this is the best experiment to do because this has the most clear answer, in the sense that either A or B is going to happen, and both results will tell you something. Versus maybe another experiment, you might not be able to tell anything from that one. So the mathematics allows us to reduce the number of experiments we have to do at the bench. Okay? It allows us to have precise hypotheses, not just kind of like, kind of what if this kind of, no. Like, this is 3, that's 5. Okay? So very, very precise and specific. The other reason is because biology is too complicated, meaning there's too many interactions for you to intuit what's going to happen, especially when you're dealing with things known as nonlinear dynamics. Okay? As the term implies, that means that relationships are not linear. Linear relationships are easy. One is 1, the other one's 1. One is 3, the other one's also 3. Nonlinear is 1 is 1, the other one can be whatever. Okay? So when you have these types of non-intuitive interactions, the mathematics really helps. Okay? And so we model very precisely exactly all the communication and competition and the nutrients and everything in the system. We end up with different equations, okay? Again, you don't need to worry about any of the details of these equations. I'm just telling you that we're modeling the stress, the nutrients, the electrical signaling. Everything is accounted for, okay? And I'm just labeling a few things so you can see it. Okay? And then this model makes a prediction. And it made a prediction that was rather sort of shocking. It said the following. So if you have on the left, I'm looking at the triangle where it says glutamate. Okay? If you're on the top side, which means you have a lot of glutamate in the media, it said that the 2 biofilms, you can't see the 2 traces, but there's 2 superimposed traces of 2 biofilms. It said that the 2 biofilms would do this. They would be in sync. Okay? In the same phase. It's called phase synchronized. Okay? In the bottom, they're saying, if the model was saying, if you reduce the nutrients, they're going to be anti-phase, meaning when one is up, the other one's down. They're going to do this. So in phase is this, right? Anti-phase is this. And apparently, the model says that you can achieve this by just reducing the amount of glutamate in the media. What is the sort of intuitive reasoning behind this? The reasoning is that when I reduce the nutrients, I increase the competition. And the competition will favor the 2 systems to be out of phase because of this thing that we discussed with oscillations. It allows the 2 biofilms to take turns. Okay? So if you're in phase, that means that you're both wanting food. Nobody wants food. Everybody wants food. Nobody wants food. You get what we had for lunch. You get a long line. Everybody shows up at the buffet at the same time. If we could alternate, the line would be much shorter, right? We say, like, you guys go now, everybody else stays, then you guys go when they come back, and then you guys go. The line, there wouldn't be a line, right? Does that make sense? And imagine there's only like a very limited amount of food that the waiters can carry and so forth, so that at one time they can only like feed X many people. Then for sure we have to sort of, space it out in time. Okay? You guys know this concept. Anybody have ever do like a timeshare? Did you guys hear of timeshare? Florida's been in the news, timeshare, vacation homes, things like that. Yeah? Anybody hear of timeshare? No? Yeah? What does it mean? What does it mean to timeshare? You take one weekend, they take the other, right? So you're taking turns. The model is basically suggesting something like this, okay? But the model can suggest things, but we have to see actually if nature really cares what the model is doing, okay? So let's test. So here's 2 biofilms under the same conditions like I showed you before, and you can see them being oscillatory. Each of them is oscillating. I'm just showing you a little piece of each of the two biofilms underneath each other so you can more clearly see the synchronization, okay? But they're in fact like a certain distance from each other. And you can see they're synchronized, right? Now comes the prediction. If I reduce the glutamate in the media, this nutrient, they're going to switch to being antiphase. Look at that. Come on, that's cool, right? Look at that. They're taking turns. Look at this. It's crazy, right? You're like, what? That's how we were too. We're like, what? And the referees, they're like, what? So look at this. So that's the predictions on the left and the experimental measurements on the right. Okay? You can clearly see that this crazy prediction appears to be exactly what's going on. Okay? Now, what's interesting is we can show you that here you have a sort of very nice plot, okay? On the y-axis, I'm showing you the difference in the phases. So if I have phases, that means, remember, if they're like this, they're in phase. If they're like this, they're antiphase. One phase is one wavelength. That's known as 2 pi. Okay? So if I'm antiphase, I'm exactly like this. That means I'm 1 pi away. Okay? And then on the y-axis, I'm showing you how many pi's difference there are between two biofilms. And the point of this is that if I have two biofilms in black, I'm showing you the phase difference between two biofilms. And in red, I'm showing you also the phase difference between two biofilms. The only difference is that the black one is under higher glutamate, the red one is under lower glutamate. And what I hope you can see is that even if the two biofilms started off having a similar phase relationship with each other, they will diverge depending on if they're in low or high glutamate concentrations. If the two biofilms are in low glutamate, they will go up towards the 1 pi, which means to go antiphase. Okay? But if they start even very close to each other, but they're in richer glutamate concentrations, they will stay in phase. So the phase difference will be small. That's why the black line is down there. Okay? So this tells you that it's not how they started, right? Because by chance, you could envision, like I showed you in the beginning, one just fires first or something, and then that's the only thing that determines it. And we just got lucky. No. It's not how they started, but it's under what conditions they are. They will settle to whatever is sort of the predicted phase relationship. Okay? So we wanted to test this further. Okay? Because this is really like one of those, you're like, we better get this right and understand it deeply. And the nice thing is we have all this sort of genetics now available to us because we've uncovered sort of the key players in the molecular mechanism. We can use genetics. Okay? So we like to use all tools, math, technology, genetics, whatever we can. Okay? It's just the toolbox. You bring whatever you need for the job. So now, these are very specific predictions. That's the nice thing about doing mathematical modeling. Okay? And you may or may not believe it, but you guys all are going to have to learn more math in the future. Okay? That's where science is moving. I hate to tell you, with precision medicine and stuff like that, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's where it's going. Okay? So let me show you what's happening there. So we're going to look at two examples. We're going to say, what if we genetically manipulate communication and competition? Genetically. So not with playing with glutamate. Okay? Glutamate we're also going to take into account, but we're going to do specific genetic perturbations to this system. The reason is the following. So I'm going to go over here. So we have communication strength on the x-axis. So that means if I'm over here, there's a lot of communication. Okay? That's strong communication. Over here, it's weak communication. There's a blue line that separates two regimes. If I'm in the top, the two biofilms are in phase. If I'm below that line, the two biofilms are antiphase. Okay? And as you see, this line curves up as I go left. Why? Because remember, the synchronization is driven by the electrical signaling. So if I reduce the electrical signaling, I'm reducing the force, so to speak, that is keeping things synchronized. So then they're going to be more and more likely to be antiphase, right? Because you have these two competing things. The competition is trying to push them towards being out of phase so they can timeshare their nutrients, but the electrical signaling is trying to keep them in phase. So if I weaken one, the other one was going to win. And that's why that line curves up. Okay? Now, what we can do is the following. can we move this system, which would be in phase, without touching any of the glutamate concentration, so at the same concentration here, can we move it across this line and get the two biofilms to go from in phase to being anti-phase by changing the communication strength? Okay? Does that make sense? And we can do it by manipulating the ion channel. Okay? I feel like this side is always neglected. I'm like, hi guys, how are you doing? Okay? So now with this mutation, we're weakening the communication strength so we can get the system at the same nutrient level. By weakening the communication, they should now switch to being anti-phase, right? And then, if we want to be extra crazy, we can say, okay, now that I'm here, if I go straight up, right? Like I take this mutant, but I increase now glutamate a lot. They should go back in phase. So I can explore this whole area with mutants and glutamate perturbations, which is uniquely powerful. That's why we do the modeling thing. This is why, right? Because I can tell you even numbers, how much and so forth, okay? Now, there's the opposite way that we can do it, okay? The complementary way, which is instead of messing with communication, we can also mess with competition, okay? And this is what the relationship looks like. So here on the x-axis, now you have competition strength, how competitive these things are. And by competitive, what I mean is their demand on glutamate, okay? And it says, hey, if I could somehow move from there to here without changing the glutamate concentration, so the glutamate concentration is still at 1, right? I move it over here by increasing the competition. They should switch from being in phase to anti-phase, even though the glutamate concentration is the same. I just made them more competitive. How do I make them more competitive? Okay, well, that's where it helps if you know the molecular mechanism of what you're dealing with. We know that we're talking about glutamate, right? And if you talk about glutamate, there's an enzyme called GLTA, okay, which converts alpha-ketoglutarate to glutamine. Okay, GLTA stands for glutamate synthase. So it can synthesize glutamate from a glutamine and an alpha-ketoglutarate, which is a byproduct of the TCA cycle. Okay? And so that means that the cells have actually an enzyme. These bacteria have an enzyme that allows them to make their own glutamate. Okay? Now, if I take that enzyme away, the only source of glutamate that they would have is what I supply in the media. They can't make their own. So if I take that away, are they going to be more or less competitive? They're going to be more competitive because they're extra dependent on what I give them in the media. They can't make their own, right? And by doing this, we would predict that just making that genetic mutation at the same glutamate, we would now have the two biofilms be what? Anti-phase. And then we can do the same trick. We can say, oh, but then what if I increase the glutamate even a little bit, then they should fall back in phase, right? So I have to give them more, and then the competition will, just to appease their need, and then they're going to sync back up again because the communication will be strong enough to synchronize them. And if you combine these two predictions, okay, there's a two-dimensional plot and another two-dimensional plot. Boom, you get a three-dimensional plot, okay? So this is actually a very simple three-dimensional plot. Usually I don't like three-dimensional plots, but this is an exception. So on the Z going up, you have glutamate concentration. Okay? Then you have competition strength and communication strength. Those are the three parameters we can change easily in the system. Genetics for competition, communication, and glutamate, that's just glutamate concentration in the media. Okay? And we have these predictions how these relationships would be affected in terms of whether or not the two biofilms are in phase or anti-phase. And we can plot that not just as these two lines like we had in the previous plots, but now it becomes a surface. Okay? It becomes a surface that has a certain shape, and that shape you can already see is actually those two lines on the left and right from the two previous plots. They're just cross-sections of that surface. Okay? Does that sort of make sense? So, now that means this surface separates in what we call phase space, okay, two behaviors. If you're below the surface, you're underneath it, under the blanket, so to speak, okay, you're anti-phase. If you're on top, you're in phase. And you can see that wherever you're going to be in phase and anti-phase does not just depend on glutamate concentration, but it depends on your communication strength and your competition strength. So only by looking at all three factors can you know where you're going to be, where you end up, in phase or anti-phase. And it's very specific predictions, okay? This is from the modeling. And now we can populate this experimentally by doing those experiments, by mutating those genes. So we have wild type at the bottom, okay? Then we have GLTA, that's the enzyme that the cells have to have if they're going to make their own glutamate. And then we have this TRK, which reduces the strength of the ion channel, so that's the weaker communication. Okay? So wild type, GLTA is when competition strength is increased because they become competitive, or you weaken the communication with the TRK. Okay? And here's what the data looks like as predicted when you have the glutamate concentration that is different for all these conditions, okay? All three conditions, you have a different glutamate concentration. But what you notice is that they're all in phase because the model predicted that they were all above the surface, above the blanket, so to speak, okay? But you get, for the wild type, you get in phase at 1x glutamate. For the TRK, you have to go to 2x to get in phase, just like we predicted, right? Because the surface curves up, okay? The electrical signaling is so weak, right, that to synchronize things, you have to reduce the competition a lot, which means you have to give it more glutamate. And with the GLTA, right, you see there over there, they also require more glutamate to stay in phase because they're very competitive. This also predicts that if we now take these same mutants and we reduce the glutamate for each scenario, they're going to dip under the blanket. And now they all become anti-phase. But please note, right, that for example, this guy is anti-phase at 1x versus the wild type is in phase at that same glutamate concentration, right? So this is where the mathematical modeling really helps you to understand and make these sort of non-intuitive predictions, right? Because starting off, when I just showed you the movie with the two things blinking, it would be very difficult for, even if you think about it for a long time, to predict this sort of surface and these relationships with those numbers especially, right? That's where the sort of modeling is very powerful. And so now we see that you have this anti-phase in phase thing, okay? Great. Well, what does it mean? Okay, like why do you care? It's neat, scientifically cool, but does it mean anything biologically? Okay? I alluded to sort of this time-sharing concept, but I didn't show you any data, right, on that. In the sense that I didn't show you a benefit, right? There must be some kind of a benefit to talk about a biological function or something like that. So what can we do? Well, if time-sharing is happening, how would it even work? So the idea is that imagine I have coming from the media like 1x glutamate. And if both biofilms are in phase, they go through the same period of nutrient consumption at the same time. So whatever is there, they're going to have to split it. So it's called resource splitting. Okay? So each one would get half, roughly speaking, if you had 1x. But if I give them even less than 1x, even if it's 0.75, but if they can do timeshare, where they alternate who's eating, right, periodically, then each one of them would get actually, per biofilm, more glutamate, more net glutamate, right, than on the left compared to the right-hand side, even though I'm supplying actually less glutamate on the left. You guys see that, right? 0.75 is less than 1. But if you look at what each biofilm is getting, even though it's 0.75 that I'm flowing in, they're getting the full 0.75 on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, they have to split it, so they get half. Okay? And this should have some kind of an effect on the growth of these biofilms. That would be a direct evidence that this is, in fact, affecting or providing a benefit or something. Okay? But it's very strange, right? Because I'm telling...
It's a survival strategy in adverse environments then, right?
Which is all that bacteria know, right? They're mostly in adverse conditions, right? So let's see. Here's what the relationship looks like. This is sort of a sanity check. If you have one biofilm, this is mathematical prediction again. On the x-axis, we have glutamate. Very simple. That's your nutrient source. On the y-axis, we have the average growth rate, so how fast this thing is growing, okay? This relationship tells you that, see the line pointing more up, right? It's very simple. It says, if I give you more glutamate, you're going to grow faster. That must be super obvious, I hope, to everybody in the room. I give you more food, you grow more, right? No problem. Now comes the non-intuitive part with the whole 2 biofilm stuff. Because it looks like that. It says, if I give you more food, you're going to grow slower. Let me repeat that. I give you more food, and you're going to grow slower. Does that make any sense? Right? That's why we need sort of these conceptual mathematical frameworks, because that doesn't make any sense intuitively to us. Right? Why would you grow less? I give you more food. What's wrong with you? Right? It makes sense if you understand that that difference between those 2 glutamate concentrations isn't just that that's the only difference. The thing that happens is that when you're at 0.75, the biofilms are doing anti-phase. When you're at 1x, they're in phase. And that's what we saw mathematically, and that we confirmed that experimentally with the surface that we looked at before. Okay? And if we're right that there's time sharing going on, and this is a beneficial strategy, then we should see this relationship. We should see that I reduce the glutamate depending on where you start off with. If you start off on the right-hand side, in phase at 1x for the wild type, 2 biofilms. If I go to 0.75, I should see the growth rate increase, even though I gave you less food. Again, that's not intuitive, right? And this is sort of the theme, I hope, in this last lecture, is that these complex interactions can give rise to very non-intuitive behaviors. Like I give the biofilm chloramphenicol, it grows more. Okay? But we won't ever think about these things and realize that, sort of how we're supposed to know the enemy. Somebody during the break came up and showed me the book from the Ender's Game. Is that person still here? I don't remember. But yes, right? So what was the quote? You mind saying it out loud? Do you remember the...
I can find it. Wait, one. It's just oh, jeez.
Sorry, did I put you on the spot? I can paraphrase it if you want.
So you gotta know your enemy. Your enemy will teach you how to win and how to fight him.
That's right. That's right. You have to know the enemy. Okay, if your enemy is the biofilm, the enemy is not my biofilms are my friends, right? Because I love biofilms. But if the biofilm is your enemy, you have to know your enemy before you go attacking stuff. Okay? Otherwise, you're just going to be like the cancer people. Okay? So this is a very non-intuitive specific prediction, and here's the experimental evidence. Okay? The left is a mathematical prediction. The right is actual experimental data. Okay? That is crazy, right? Because it's the exact thing that I just told you, which is very non-intuitive, is happening. I give them less food, they grow better, or I give them more food and they grow worse. The only way to explain this, right, is through this time sharing. In fact, these types of plots make no sense because you have 2 lines that go in different directions. In physics, if you find ways to collapse all the relationships so they overlap, that gives you a sense that you're plotting on one axis the actual thing that matters, right? Because, look, if glutamate concentration was the only thing that mattered, was the main thing that mattered, and these dynamics, the in-phase, anti-phase, nobody cared about, right? Then these 2 lines, these 2 lines should have the same sort of slope, because that should determine whatever the relationship is. But clearly, the slopes are different. That tells you that you can't just say, I give the biofilms X amount of nutrient, they're going to grow this fast. So we don't know the first thing about biofilms, because I'm telling you that if you didn't do these types of quantitative measurements where you're looking at the dynamics and the electrical signaling, all the stuff, you'd just be like, hey, I give the biofilm X amount of food, it should grow more or less. Even that simplest assumption and expectation is wrong under some conditions, right? So you guys and we, as sort of a scientific community, we really don't know what we're dealing with. If even a simple relationship that goes back to Jacques Monod, I give them more food, they grow more, doesn't even hold. What do you got? right? And so, but what I can say is that if you do these more sophisticated measurements and methods, right, then I can collapse. I can collapse all those relationships. Here you have the mutants, the 2 mutants, and the wild type. And I can show you that all the mutants and the wild type behave the same, not when I plot on the x-axis how much food I give them, but whether or not they're in phase or anti-phase. So that tells you that that relationship that I'm plotting on the x-axis, that now captures the main reason behind the growth rate. Okay? And that means that plot right there is very, very strong proof of the timeshare hypothesis. Because you cannot explain these weird, non-intuitive growth relationships unless you take the dynamics, the phase or in phase, into account. And that shows you that there's time share happening here. Okay? So these biofilms figured out time sharing long before there was vacation homes in Florida. Okay? And so I hope I was able to show you that not only did we discover this sort of very intriguing new form of electrical communication based on ion channels, which is very similar to what happens in neurons in the brain, but there's these crazy consequences. And that's just my lab. All this is from my lab, okay? And it's all pretty recent. And I skipped over a lot of data. You can read it up. Those are the 4 papers where we covered each of these things, okay? And this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm just one PI, right? There's like lots of other people out there. And so I'm trying to hopefully convey to you that there's really, really so much more we need to learn before we even understand what's happening, right? But at least we're starting. It's a great starting point, and it's a totally new frontier. And there's a lot of room, okay? Now, I want to end by pointing out that understanding sort of these membrane potentials and so forth is very critical. If you go by like numbers, right? Sequencing is very big, okay? A lot of people want to sequence things, and sequencing is sort of providing us with a lot of information, okay? I can tell you that you could have sequenced till you're blue in the face. You wouldn't have figured any of these things out, okay? Because these are not genetic differences. It's not like there's anything to sequence here that would give you the answer. These are things that you can only understand if you do measurements of dynamics at very careful single cell level, population level, okay? You look at membrane potentials, things like that. And these are just some numbers of stuff in a bacteria, in E. coli specifically. Obviously, you have a lot of DNA, and the vast majority of the cell is actually water. It's 2 times 10 to the 10 water molecules, right? But the second most abundant stuff in any cell, not just bacteria, eukaryotic cells, mammalian cells, are ions. 10 to the 8, okay? And we do not study any of those things, okay? We don't know if those ions are bound or free. We don't know why there's so much potassium in the cell. I mean, we have some ideas. Part of it, you know, the DNA is very negative, so potassium probably associates with the DNA, okay? But we, to be honest, like, we don't have a deep understanding why, okay? And it's by far the largest thing after water. So there's huge potential differences. Every cell has this, every cell, okay? Cancer cells, whatever. And we really never look at it. The only people that really care deeply about electrophysiology are neuroscientists. But that's a sliver of sort of biology and cell types, right? Potential health impacts, right? Not going to talk about dental problems, but I just wanted to point out something that you guys might still be interested in. If you look at, this is the total number of drugs that we have available on the market as of, I think this is from 2006, so it's outdated, but the percentages are pretty much the same still, okay? You see that 14% of all drugs target ion channels, okay? And a big blue chunk up there, that's G protein coupled receptors. Like I said, that's the vast majority of stuff, okay? But 14%, that's a lot, right? And you guys prescribe things like this because they can numb the pain and stuff like that, okay? If ion channels fire, you get action potentials, that's pain, okay? And we use them to treat neurological disorders, for the most part, okay? But these drugs have tremendous side effects. like any drug. Okay? That's sort of the dirty thing. Sure, in every advertisement, there's a whole thing where the person doing the sound, right, oh, it reads very quickly. Side effects may include diarrhea, and then it just goes through a whole list of stuff, right? Some cases of death have been reported. Okay? That's right, right? We don't even, do you guys know what aspirin does? It's been around a long time. We really don't understand off-target effects of drugs. We actually don't even know what most drugs do, okay? It's an illusion, okay? If you ever went through one of those panels and you looked at sort of the statistics that people use to justify how a drug is effective and when it's effective and not, okay? And you should know this not as practicing people that prescribe drugs, but also you're the patients. You take the stuff too, okay? Just know that in most cases, we don't really know for sure what they do. And, by no means do we know what else they do, okay? For the FDA to approve it, it just doesn't have to kill everybody, okay? You have to show some slight thing that it gets better and nobody died. It's all good, okay? And even then, an incredibly small fraction of drugs ever makes it onto the market. Like for Alzheimer's, I just got the numbers the other time. There was about 200-something clinical trials, I think over the last 2 years, of Alzheimer's, potential Alzheimer drugs. Okay? Only one made it past the clinical trials, and then that one didn't work. Okay? So it's a huge amount of money that we're sort of throwing towards this problem with the hope that somebody's going to get something and it's going to be worth like billions and billions, okay? But they have to recoup these costs. So that's why we pay so much money for drugs and stuff, right? But there's a whole sort of problem there. And side effects are especially bad if you have children or elderly, immune-compromised people, right? Those people, we're all aging. Nobody's getting younger, right? Your side effects are going to get worse, okay? And one of the things that's weird is that you have in your gut a bunch of bacteria. Lots of bacteria, okay? Lots and lots of bacteria that appear to have some impact on you in terms of, we don't even know, okay? For sure some obesity things, but some people think even some neurological things may be related to it, okay? All kinds of weird, we're sort of an ecosystem. You're not really human, okay? If I would take Gary, right, and I put you in a blender, and I squish you up and I just sequence, which is what we usually do with stuff, right? I would find all kinds of DNA in you, okay? I would find tons of bacteria, almost as many bacterial species and cells as you have like human cells, okay? And then I would be even more shocked to find that you're actually, bacteria aren't even anything. If I look at viruses, you're just jam-packed full of viruses. We have no clue what they do, where they are, because they're part of our genome, okay? And so there's the possibility that by understanding these electrical things and so forth, it's not just sort of fun science for us, but what I'm saying is that if those bacteria in your gut affect you in any way, and this electrical signaling, all the evidence that we see is that it plays some role, at least in some conditions, for some species at least, right? What are those drugs doing to you? Okay? They might help you with some headache, but what else are they doing? We don't know. Here's a paper that basically, I thought I'll end on something that had, something to do more with like what you guys are interested in. Okay? This is a recent paper that just came out that's based on our work. So in a way, our work is having an effect on sort of colleagues in your field, okay? Because they're showing that potassium is a key signal in host microbe sort of interactions, okay? And they specifically are studying this thing and they're citing our work, right? Because now we're understanding that these potassium signals, because every cell is sensitive to them, not just bacteria, any cell, okay? And because they can have these long-range effects, electrical signals, that there's a whole slew of stuff we don't even understand, right? And and this is just one paper, right? But I thought I'll give you at least like one example, something concrete, to illustrate that this kind of stuff, even though it's very new, right? All these papers are from the end of 2015 and this year, right? It's already having some kind of an impact, which is great. And hopefully, these 3 lectures have been informative, not too boring, accessible, I hope also. And I'd like to say that I want to thank Gary once again for inviting me. I had a very good time. and I had some at least positive comments so far. People came up to me. Maybe the people that didn't like it didn't want to tell me. Okay, but I hope that you guys all enjoyed, and hopefully you learned something. And my only goal here today was to see if I could just give you a different perspective on biology. Okay, just a little bit something different, maybe that you're not used to seeing every day. And I hope that that was inspirational, and maybe it made a few of you think. Then my job is done. And with that, I would like to thank all of you for all the attention and the questions and for having me here. Thank you, Gary. Oh, yeah.